Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, honorable members.
Morning, sir.
And you are all welcome, Hajira and Secretariat. Can I get an indication whether we quorate for this morning to begin?
Good morning, Mr. Subrati. Mr. Subrati, we quorate. You can proceed.
Thank you, Hajira. Good morning, everybody. Once again, honorable members, chairpersons of the various entities. I'm just trying to check whether we have the minister on board online. The minister is not here. Members from the department, you're all welcome to the continuation of the BRRR process in this Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies. As for those members who are joining recently, in the absence of the chairperson, Honorable Kosela Sangone Diko, I have been appointed as the acting chair in her absence while she is involved in the ad hoc commission. You're all welcome to this morning's meeting. May I get from the apologies from the Secretariat, please? Secretaries, the apologies for this morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, we received an apology for the Minister. The Minister has a last-standing appointment with a stakeholder that he could not change. We also have an apology from the Deputy Minister DCDT, who has a prior commitment. And then, Chairperson, the standing apologies for Ms. Sangoni Diko, Ms. Chake Adonis, and also Mr. Shongwe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hajira. Hajira, can I get a sense if there's, I don't see an apology, nor do I see the department here. Can I get a sense who's representing the department on the platform?
I will send the delegation list shortly, Chairperson, but we will be led by Ms. Jordan Diani, the DG. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we welcome the DG when she's on the platform. So honorable members, you're all welcome to the meeting. Those were the apologies. May I then request Hajira to please flag the agenda for today? Thank you, Hajira. So, honorable members, the agenda for today is receiving the annual reports for the three entities. That is SAPO, POSTBANK, and NEMISA. I think the time that has been allocated has been quite generous. I really don't think we will be here for the entire day. I do believe, honorable members, as we receive these presentations, we are all familiar with these entities. We all have decent historical background, particularly around SAPO and POSTBANK. And therefore, I do believe if we act expeditiously, we can manage our time very, very effectively today and be done sooner than the entire day that has been allocated to it. So may I then request, honorable members, that is the agenda before us. Is there any additions, Hajira? I do believe that there was the Secretariat needed to make a proposal with regard to an amendment for the remaining program. We can just note that as well. There is one particular day that would be affected. If we could just make a note of that, the amendment of the program. I think it's for the 18th, for the joint sitting with Justice.
Sorry, Chair, without interrupting, I think we should just leave it as update on amendments to the program, because there would be some changes in agenda items of the upcoming meetings.
Thank you.
To update members on. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Nkosi. Honorable members, with that, can I please request honorable members to support the adoption of this agenda so that we may proceed? Honorable Singh and Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Singh first, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to all. I hereby move for the agenda to be adopted.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Bodlani.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the meeting. I so second.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Comrades, honorable members, with that meeting being adopted, we are open to receive the first item, which is the South African Post Office. And the Post Office is led by the BRP. Mr. Anish Ruplal will be leading us. Mr. Ruplal, as we welcome you to this meeting as the BRP, I also wish to acknowledge and indicate, sir, that we have engaged with the Post Office now for a few times, and I think most members are familiar with the historical perspective of it, and particularly the very painful loss of staff, etc. So we have received your presentation, as I invite you, may I then request that you keep the historical perspective brief and very brief, and really get into the substance in terms of what was the performance for the financial year, what was the financial performance, how did we do on our meeting our targets, and crucially important is what is the way forward for the future-proof post office. I think honorable members here will be keen to engage on that. So let me welcome Mr. Anish Ruplal, who will lead the delegation from the post office. An indication of presentations, if entities can keep your presentations to about 20 minutes, it will aid us, because I'm presupposing members have been through the presentations, and secondly, as I've indicated, members have got a substantial amount of background into most of the entities. Mr. Ruplal, over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, everyone on the call. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Chair, thank you. Your comments are duly noted. I just would like to render apologies for Mr. Juanito Darmans. Him and I are in fact in attendance of our professional body's annual conference. So I am representing the BRP team. And on the line joining me as well is our acting CEO, acting CFO, who will also take us through the presentation, and other members of staff members of SAPO. Chair, thank you. Just thank you for the opportunity to present. I think what we will highlight, are the salient points. And as we go through it, you'll see that even though the SA Post Office posted a loss, it is actually a small loss, meaning that the performance has improved. In fact, it's the smallest loss in the last 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. I think from prior meetings, we have appraised the committee of the progress and the benefits of the business rescue. And, given that we are discussing the 24-25 financial period, you will see the results of the business rescue initiatives flowing through into these financial statements. I do highlight that, the entity is still in austerity mode. And I think it's common knowledge. I think we're all aware that the 3.8 billion, has still not been received. And, I think there's been ongoing discussions there. So we have resorted to placing the entity in austerity mode. So what that means is, we're just incurring necessary expenses in order to keep the entity operating. And again, you're quite right, Chair. I think the committee is familiar with the information on the slide, but just running through some of the aspects, a 7.4 billion rand of creditors has been written back to the income statement. That was as a result of the compromise with creditors, which was part of the business rescue plan. And, you'll see the strengthening in the balance sheet, and, the entity still has a positive NAV. I think I do want to highlight, obviously, with the constraint of not receiving the 3.8 billion, the additional 18 cents of 509 million rand, which is due to the 3 statutory creditors, as a result is not being paid. And we are in discussions. We are busy with an application to bring the rescue, to finalization. And as part of that discussion, we are looking to defer this 18 cents payment. So one of the 3 creditors, 2 of the 3 creditors are in agreement with the deferral. The remaining creditor, there is an aspect that still needs to be discussed with the department of Communications and Digital Technology, basically with the minister. I think, yeah, we've highlighted in the past the branch rationalization process. Obviously, we spoke about the retrenchments, and those packages were all settled in full and final settlement. I think we could go to the next slide, please, Lenny. Thank you. And just very quickly, I think some of the stabilization efforts was moving the data center so that, one of the key strategic assets of the post office has been preserved and maintained. There's been excellent uptime, no minimal disruptions, and we're seeing the benefits of that still flowing through, albeit still, being in austerity mode. So I think we've covered, I've spoken a lot of the points here. Maybe another point is around the TERS application. As the committee may be aware, the BRPs, will be very proactive on the second round, on a very timeous and preemptive basis, applied for the TERS benefit. So that was successfully, that was successful, that application. We received the first month of payment, and this obviously is for a period of 6 months. We're still awaiting the second tranche that needs to flow through to the post office. Obviously, this is much needed funding to aid the working capital of the entity. And just as a final point, I did highlight that even though we're austerity, we are currently paying our liabilities in the ordinary course of business. Obviously, what this means is that, we don't have funds to reinvest and reinvigorate the infrastructure. I think, Chair, thank you very much. With that, I would hand over to Lenny, the acting CFO, to swiftly take us through the rest of the presentation. Over to you, Lenny.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members. I'm not sure the CEO wants to head in before I start. Thank you. CEO?
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, the colleagues at the department, as well as everybody else on the call. Chair, you mentioned you would like to have some more forward-looking visibility. I just want to touch on a few points before I hand over to the CFO, and an audit is retrospective by nature. But the salient points to highlight is that although it is still a disclaimed audit opinion, it is an improved audit outcome when you look at number of findings year on year. And there has been a strong focus in terms of fixing the environment with the constitution of the Finance Misconduct Committee, looking at compliance with PFMA, etc. The disclaimer, and particularly the pain point for SAPO, is the going concern. But as much as, yes, the auditors have a view with respect to going concern, and we are very dependent on funding, I just want to remind this committee that in October last year, we spoke about the infamous day zero and the inability to continue, and it's a year later and SAPO is still here. And that really just comes from agile decision-making in the business, right-sizing the business, and really only incurring expenses as they are required for business needs. And that's the way we will continue to operate as we look at funding or alternative funding mechanisms. Chair, those are the most important points that I thought. And then the other one is one of the AG findings, talks about governance. And as Anush touched on, the plans to want to exit BR, it's imperative that, the governance structures are reconstituted in the form of a board of directors. From there, we will get our social and ethics committee, and they can hire a company secretary. And those, governance will then be reinstalled from a corporate perspective. I thank you, Chair. I now hand over to the CFO. Thank you.
Ja, maar het moet zeker komen wat voor die service. Al die syllabus, they don't undergo. Colleagues, may I request that you mute your devices, please? And all those, please mute. And may I request all presenters, it is a requirement that you must show your video and whilst you're doing your presentation. And if there is a difficulty with the bandwidth, then the chairperson will allow you to switch off your video, but please do connect to your video when you are presenting. CFO?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning once again, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, and to the colleagues present. So, When we look at SAPO's financial position for the year ending 31st March 25, we see a revenue of 2.1 billion rand decline by 585 million rand. So 24, we reported 2.7 billion rand revenue, which is declined by 585 million. The main reason for the decline is due to the decline in postal services, parcel and financial services. We also seen a significant decline in our expenses, as Anush and Fatima indicated, due to the resizing of the business and restructuring the business. We see the benefits coming through the reduction in the losses. So if you look at the prior year's expense was 4.7 billion rand, which has reduced 2.1 billion to 2.7 billion. The main reductions coming through stock costs, transport costs, and operating costs. Our staff numbers declined from 10,854 the prior year to 5,892 employees. The non-operating item before, we had a benefit of the creditors compromise, which we had a 7.4 billion rand in income statement. So the 7.5 in the 24 includes the 7.4 billion of creditors debt that was compromised.
Mr. Governor, may I suggest therefore that you switch off your video? We'll improve the bandwidth. Switch off your video, please. Thank you.
Is it better now, Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. So in terms of operating loss, our operating loss was 117 million rand. If we look at the operating loss compared with the last 10 years, the operating loss is probably one of the lowest position we ever achieved. And if you look at last year, we had a profit of 5.4 billion rand. But if we were to exclude the extraordinary items of the creditors compromise of 7.4 billion and the income tax of 330 million rand, the normalized loss position would have been 1.7 billion. So if we compare the loss position of 1.7 billion rand to the current loss, there's been a significant decline in the loss position. And once again, that loss position has been the lowest for the past several years. When we look at the financial position of the balance sheet as of 31st March 25, was 3.1 billion rand. Property, plant and equipment, which makes up a significant portion of SAPO's balance sheet, was 1.7 billion rand. That's been a decline of 67 million rand. That's mainly to the depreciation charge. As the BRP is indicating, no investment has been made in infrastructure, so the reduction is mainly due to the depreciation charge. We also get investment property of 225 million rand. In terms of improving the working capital, we have seen a decline in the trade and other receivables, which declined from 386 million to 284 million rand. So we have seen 103 million rand decline in the trade and other receivables, which SAPO is trying to improve in the debtors collection and improve the working capital. When we look at cash equivalents, it was 2.5 million prior year, which declined to 553 million rand. And the decline is mainly due to payment of the creditors compromise, and the balance was also used to fund the working capital management. If we look at our equity, we have still remain the positive equity of 780 million rand. And also we look at trade and other payable, as SAPO is paying the credits on time and also the payment of the creditors compromise, the trade credits reduced from 2.9 billion to 1.2 billion. So we see a decline in the trade and other payables by 1.8 billion rand. We also have the liability of 340 million rand that's due to SARS. In terms of the statement of cash flow, cash of 2.1 billion rand. If you look at the cash paid to suppliers and employees, it increased from 2.9 billion to 4.3 billion rand. And it also includes the retention package paid to staff and also the creditors compromise of 1 billion rand that was paid. We also received 548 million rand of subsidy for the year under review, which was utilized to fund the universal service obligation. In terms of the funds received from the National Treasury and the Department, in the prior 2.4 billion, which was the tranche. In the current year under review, we also received 150 million rand from the department, which was used to fund the working capital. So resulting at the cash end of the year was 553 million rand. When we look at in terms of the audit report, I think the CEOs cover some of the salient points. SAPO once again achieved a disclaimer opinion for the 24-25 financial year. And the disclaimer opinion is mainly due to SAPO's financial challenges and the going concern. We have seen an improvement in the qualification areas. If you look at the qualification, the prior year was 10, we achieved 7, so there's a reduction in the number of areas reported by the AGSA. Also, in terms of the year under review, SAPO's managed to complete the audit in time, so we met the statutory timelines. The audit members would note that in the 23-24 financial year, that audit was only completed in the 3rd of March this year. So in terms of the 24-25 financial year, the audit was completed on time, and we met the statutory timelines. As CEO was indicating, there's some of the governance issue that was raised by AGSA is due to the board committees that were not in place. Just due to the board, there's no board of directors. So during the year under review, the audit committee or the social and ethics committee was also not in place. And that will be resolved when SAPO's board has been appointed. When you look at the irregular expenditure, in year 24, we had an amount of 53 million rand. In the current year, the amount was 74 million reported. So we have a cumulative irregular expenditure of 127 million rand. The main reason for this irregular expenditure is due to non-compliance to National Treasury regulation, where contracts sometimes are extended without following a competitive bidding process, and these would be deemed as irregular. All these cases were accessed by the internal process, which is the Financial Misconduct Committee, and no evidence of fraud was identified. Also, the AG also raises matter that sometimes in SAPO, in most cases, the consequence management was not timely affected, and that is being receiving attention. We're also trying to improve the environment in supply chain and capacity in the current supply chain environment to ensure that we comply with all procurement spent and also all regulations. AG has reported one MI, so SAPO's got one MI also being reported by AG, and that comes back from the 2021 financial year. During the 1920 financial year, the MI was not concluded, and that matter was reported in the 2021 financial year. This matter refers to the IGBS system, or the Integrated Grant Payment System, that was used to pay the SASSA grants. And there were ineffective controls and risk management would lead to certain fraud being created in that system. SAPO also reported to AG in February 21 that this matter, the IGBS system was managed by POSTBANK, and POSTBANK was transferred to a standalone entity. The feedback from AGSA, the DPCI, is still investigating the matter as the 5th of April. That investigation was still in progress. In terms of SAPO's annual performance report, we were measured 15 KPIs for the year under review. We achieved 5. So in terms of the performance, in terms of the KPI, there was 5 we achieved, which is a 33% achievement. I think if we look at the next slide, I'll cover the reasoning why some of the 10 KPIs were not achieved. So if you look at KPI 2.1 and 2.2, these KPIs which we required in implementation of the new hardware systems, because some of SAPO's hardware system and even the software has reached the economic life, so we had to make an investment to replace the printers and the scanners and computers at SAPO's branches and even the admin side, and also required to implement certain new software, example, the point-of-sale software. And those projects had to be put on hold because of the austerity measures in place and due to not enough capital funds being available to make those required investments. And KPI 3.1 and 3.2 was to restructure the operations and also restructure the logistics division. The Section 189 process was completed. In terms of the structures, the last mile is where the delivery management has not been completed. There's a key dependency there to roll out the motorbikes. So once we roll out the motorbikes, that would also improve the performance in the last mile. But that project, unfortunately, we had to put that on hold due to the requiring funding not being available. Then in terms of KPI 4.1 was a resolution of customer complaints within 14 days, and also 4.2 and 4.3 that deals with our mail delivery standard and also the courier delivery standard. Some of the reasons why that was not achieved, this in terms of the call center, we required an investment to improve the call center in terms of how we track and monitor the complaints. So that project could not be completed. So once again, due to some of the financial challenges and also the rollout of the approach of the motorbikes and bicycle for the last mile delivery, which will also improve the delivery performance in the last mile. The last point is also in terms of the delivery standards. We are supposed to deal it on a daily basis, but due to some of the areas where we have low volumes, in terms of delivering every day, that's not become economically viable. So some of the delivery frequency in those areas have been changed to maybe thrice a week, so there's not a delivery performance on a daily basis. Chair, that's the last slide from our side. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ruklal and Fatima Ghani, are there any additions to the presentation? And maybe Mr. Acting CFO, may I request that you please place the slide on the page of the performance, the slide that had the performance, please? With all 15 items listed in, I think it was red and green.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll just check with the acting CEO if she would like to make any concluding remarks before I close.
No, thank you. I'm good. Thanks, Anush. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think that is an overview really of the 24-25 financial year. And yeah, but again, we'd like to thank you for allowing us to present this.
No, thank you, Anush, and thank you to the team from SAPO. We know it's been a difficult year and it is a difficult time. And much like other teams within the stable of DCDT, you are all operating under difficult circumstances. So we certainly appreciate. And I think what we want to achieve, and this has been the vision of this team, is we want to move away from the painful memories of the retrenchment of more than 5,000 staff. And we really want to see that that retrenchment was not in vain, and that we see a future fit, purpose, a revitalized, refurbished, reformatted post office that meets the needs of our community and of our society going forward. Honorable members, that was a presentation for SAPO. As I indicated, I expect presentations to be brief because it presupposes that our committee members have been engaging these entities now. I think at least this probably is the fifth time I stand to correction. So we do have quite a firm understanding of these entities. So I would wish to allow opportunity to members. I'll take hands. Thank you for placing this before us. Honorable Bodlani, I'll recognize you.
I don't know if you can see me, Chair.
I can't. I can see Madiba. Now I can see you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
You're playing a disappearing act, I think, Comrade Honorable Bodlani.
Whether my camera was shut or open, but I'll be back on track, Chair. And perhaps, Chair, maybe just to appreciate Post Office keeping the presentation brief and to the point. It's really appreciated. Chair, can we get clarity, please? Because we had a conversation about Post Office as a portfolio committee. We had requested a legal opinion on the issue of the 3.8 billion bailout. Has that been forthcoming? Because that will also inform how we engage with the Post Office based on that. Because I know there was an expectation and that is still cited as the main reason why the turnaround strategy has not been forthcoming. And I don't know, if you go to the first slide, if you do not mind. How this is being presented, the very first slide, the opening slide, I beg your pardon. I thought we had a Post Office of the future something. So I don't know when this wording has been changed to the Post Office and if we have been appraised in terms of what this speaks to this. I'm literally looking for the very first slide to make my point, the opening slide. And re-engineering South Africa's designated postal operator. I'm not sure which strategy that speaks to, and if the portfolio committee has been appraised on that, and how different is that to the strategy that we are sitting on, which I think is the Post Office of tomorrow. and I'm open to being educated on that. I would appreciate that. And Chair, I think for me, my position remains: we are flogging a dead horse. We are avoiding the inevitable, and with the greatest appreciation that the business rescue process was an intervention to essentially save jobs. But as you have said a few times in this meeting, we have lost jobs. And it's a great pity that I personally have fatigue about the situation at the post office, and also noting that with the presentation that was made, no mention was made about the exit strategy. So if you could just maybe give the officials an opportunity to also speak to the exit strategy, because on their last engagement with us, they had told us that they were making an application to the courts. We have not heard anything on that. What is the status on that? And Chair, maybe as we receive this, the question would then be, has there been any disposal of properties to date, maybe in the last FY to date? And what has that meant? I'm not very good with reading financials, so I will not pretend to even understand what that means. But has there been any disposals of properties or anything that belongs to SAPO to also speak to at least the lesser loss as reported as the least loss in the past 10 years? How does that account for that as a revenue source? And Chair, I think besides SAPO being a statutory entity and serving universal services, it would also interest me to say, as they are re-engineering South Africa's designated postal operator, what research is being made, even if it's not by themselves, because I'm sure they would not have the resource, to really provide a need for a post office as they reimagine it? Is there anything that backs the need for an existence of a post office in South Africa, besides obviously the legislation and whatever? And given how far the postal service has evolved, and we are all in agreement that the post office was really set up for failure by not being able to move with the times. And I have received a query from somebody who says that they are owed 80,000 by the South African Post Office for managing an Eastern Cape branch, and they are owed 80,000 rands. The question then is, how are we communicating with the people that are still owed? And with my little understanding of the 12 cents to the rent payments and how I have understood the reporting by the business rescue practitioners, is that it was going well, that people with historic debt would have been serviced by this, and they were closing that gap. Clearly, there are still some outstanding information, and I could just appreciate an email that I can forward that information to see if that person could be dealt with, because 80,000 is quite a significant amount for somebody running any business operation. And I know now that we're having appraised on the conclusion of the Section 189, and it's also reported here today. So with the new staff members that we have, how fit are they for the re-engineered post office? And what has been done to reskill them to ensure that they are fit for purpose? And we are not just, again, going to find ourselves in the same situation with a workforce that has not been skilled. And I really remain worried that about the brain drain that the exit of the business rescue practitioners is going to really expose once they leave. I don't get a sense that there will be a sense of continuity. I do worry about that. And the closing of the branches, which is really regrettable, if they could just remind us on the decision and making process and how the geographical spread was a consideration, if at all, balancing that with the profitability of the branches, and with where they are to date, having closed the over 164, I think, branches. Are they satisfied with that decision? is there room to improve to ensure that the universal services are still accessible as per the mandate of SAPO? So the question basically is there still room to maneuver in terms of making sure that SAPO remains having a footprint across the country to satisfy the geographical spread across the provinces, balancing that with profitability? Let me stop there, Chairperson, and thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I do want to agree with the Honorable Bodlani about flogging a dead horse. I do believe interventions came too late, and I think the post office has missed the boat in as much as there has been painful closure of a number of branches and the staff retrenchments. The fact of the matter is that the post office has now got itself into a situation where it really cannot compete with the businesses that have sprung up to fill in the gaps that the post office could not actually reinvent itself years ago when the whole landscape changed of how we receive mail and parcels and other services that the post office was actually offering. So the post office obviously now no longer has that so-called monopoly that it has. It also talks about achieving the KPI that it did not achieve, which was achieving the courier delivery standard, and it cites reasons as being the lack of resources to get the motorbikes and bicycles and the like, that program on the ground. Personally, I actually received mail through the post office a year later that it was actually delivered to my home. So, you know, and I'm not the only person that has actually had that kind of service. So when it comes to the financials and the cost-cutting measures, Chair, a business can only cut so much of costs. If you actually want a business to be viable, sustainable, and to grow, you've actually got to increase revenue. You've got to get in more customers. And that is one of the single biggest concerns for me when we look at the financials presented to us this year. The revenue is going down. And especially in, I think it was mentioned in the parcel section as well. So I am really not confident with the kind of audit opinions, the few KPIs that are being achieved, that the post office, I mean, the whole thing about it, whether it's a going concern, whether it can ever become sustainable again from where it currently is. So my question would be, if the post office is indeed going to survive this, the question is, what is being done to achieve some strategic partnerships that could actually take this organization forward? Because I do not believe that if it does not get into strategic partnerships, that the post office is going to be able to survive. Thank you, Chair. That's my comments.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Felicia.
Thank you very much. I can assure you that if I'm speaking, can I request that I keep my video off? Good morning, Chair and the colleagues. You know, Chair, Honorable Bodlani is correct when she says we have been engaging the same issue, even yourself, that we really have been engaging the same issue. And I find no comfort even today after the presentation that has been presented by SAPO. You see, Chair, the key performance indicators here for service delivery are extremely low. So we see that in the presentation, 62% of mail and 69% of courier items met, delivery standards. These are far below the 92% target, right? And for me, this does represent a fundamental failure to provide a basic postal service. And it does affect people in the rural areas and low income in our country who rely on the South African Post Office for grants, for communication and parcel services. And the report also explicitly states, Chair, that the implementation of new hardware and software has been put on hold due to austerity measures. The call center lacks credible system, and the rollout of motorbikes for last mile delivery is delayed. And this does indicate a deliberate disinvestment from operational backbone of the post office. I cannot agree also, Chair. I do not agree, and I cannot agree or accept for the retrenchment of more than 4,000 people, 4,000 employees to be framed as a success. It cannot be. I don't know how they get to the conclusion of even framing a retrenchment of more than 4,000 employees who lost their job as a success. It's a massive loss of jobs, and it should be seen as that. It's deepening the unemployment crisis, and it's causing harm. It has caused immense harm, immense social harm, especially in the lives of the people who lost those jobs. And as the EFF, we question the human cost of this rescue. We raised it before that, we should question the human cost of this rescue, because it seems to be the first thing that, is done, that when people want to save money, they save it by retrenching people. And we see that the post office has received 2.4 billion recapitalization, and a further, it was 150 million for working capital. But despite this funded bailout, services worsened, Chair, and infrastructure investment has been halted, and this should raise serious questions about the effectiveness of this funding, whether it simply saves, payoffs of creditors while entity is hollowed out. Because what does it do? And maybe another issue for me is that the AGSA issued a disclaimer of opinion, and this is the worst possible audit outcome. This means the financial statements, and we know what it means. What it means is that the financial statements are so unreliable that they can never be audited. The going concern assumption is a major issue. It should be seen as a major issue because it means that AGSA has a significant doubt that South African Post Office can continue to operate. That is a major issue, Chairperson. And the irregular expenditure remains very high. The report admits that the consequence management process is not always implemented timely. And this does suggest a culture of impunity. And the SASSA grant scandal, the material irregularity, Chair, related to the SASSA grant payment system is such a grave matter. SAPO's attempt to deflect responsibility to POSTBANK is unconvincing for me, and it should be unconvincing for all of us. As this failure happened under its watch. That's what happened. The failure, it happened under its watch. And it's compromising social grants for millions of the most vulnerable people in our country. So I think from my perspective, Chair, the department is failing, the entity is failing dismally to serve its mandate. It has been turned into, I think it really has been turned into a vehicle for financial restructuring. And it just only benefits the creditors it abandons like the core mandate, the social and service obligations, and it's just benefiting the creditors. The rescue plan that is or was even presented has saved the corporate shell and is killing the public service institution. It's sacrificing jobs and it, for positive balance sheet. That's all I see. So I don't even know what really to ask, but maybe I should ask this now, to maybe direct this to the minister as well, to say, the department, that the retrenchment of those 4,000 workers, like I was saying, that it should be seen as a social catastrophe. So what comprehensive plans, did the department and even the BRPs put in place to mitigate the impact on those workers and their families? And I want to ask the department if it believes that the mass unemployment is an acceptable price for financial rescue. I want to ask that, Chair. And maybe to find out that, so you see, AGSA has over the years issued a disclaimer of opinion on SAPO's finances, right? With the going concern status. So I just want to know if they have like a time-bound plan to clean up governance and ensure that SAPO receives a clean audit, or that is my question, Chair. And if anything arises, I will request that you consider me. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Felicia. May I please request that the screen, if we close the presentation, please, Lenny. Thank you. I think we can close the presentation. There's a message there from Secretariat. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Felicia, for your input and your probing questions. Honorable members, thank you for your input. Let me also just add to the discussion. Maybe my starting point would be to remind us that the 3.8 billion, what is it expected to fund? I know we have been updated about it, but maybe just to remind and for the benefit of the new members, because a lot here we cannot do, such as investment in infrastructure, the motorbikes. A lot of this can't be done because of the lack of capitalization. So please just refresh us in terms of what is the 3.8 billion intended for. Yes, the question is noted, Honorable Bodlani, about getting the legal services opinion, and maybe if Secretariat doesn't have feedback for us here, whether the letter has gone off, maybe we can then engage Secretariat after this meeting here to see that letter to legal services to get the legal opinion must go off. So we have resolved as a committee to get an opinion about the obligations of government to provide this 3.8 billion, because I think that was one of the terms of the entire BRP plan. So yes, we need to just get feedback. If it hasn't been gone off, then I would urge Secretariat, we must ensure that the letter goes off, and let's not wait for the entire report to be tabled for that letter. That letter needs to go off. So for me, the 3.8 billion, we need to get a refresher. You speak about, we've understood that the revenue has gone up about 585, and the comment made there was a decrease in demand of postal services. So my question to you is there a decrease in demand for postal services across the ecosystem? Or was there a decrease in demand for SAPO's postal services? We know, for example, 2 days ago, I received my vehicle license renewal by delivery to my door. So we know that there's this huge demand for postal delivery. So I think you need to qualify it. By saying blanketly that there's a decrease in demand of postal services, actually, I don't believe that is the case, because with the increase in e-commerce, there still needs and there still is a great need for door-to-door delivery, postal delivery. Question comes back to, and maybe this is where the re-engineering part comes in. So I'd like to get that clarity there. We need to differentiate that and get clarity, because I don't believe that there's a decrease in demand. When I say postal, I mean postal door-to-door delivery. And that is where I believe the business model and the future, part of the future of SAPO lies in that respect. Maybe we need to be appraised again and refreshed, because we do have, I think, a few maybe new members have also joined the sub 1 kg parcel delivery. My understanding is this is an entitlement of SAPO, but we haven't been exercising it. What is the status of that, and what is the window of opportunity in that? I know that the Minister of Employment had released approved close to 400 million rand, just under 400 million rand, as a STARS support for SAPO. Have we received that? How far is that in that? I understand that will be released on a monthly basis. When did it start? When does it end? And more importantly, what then is the impact of that on the current cash flows to free up some capital for your much needed investments in bikes, in IT? Because acting CFO said that the business, or was it the BRP, Mr. Ruplal said that the business is now able to pay its liabilities in the ordinary course of activities, which necessarily means to me that when that 400 million comes in, it frees up some capital to invest in much needed. So I need to ask that question. What I don't want is a situation where that 400 million just get lost in the system. We need to understand, has that freed up capital so that we can invest? I noted that there was an increase in property, plant, and equipment. Maybe may I then ask, then that balance sheet be screened, if it's possible, Mr. Governor? Because how then, to confirm my observation, because there are two other elements I wish to talk to the balance sheet. The balance sheet, please. Oh yes, thank you. So property, plant, and equipment. Okay, so I'm incorrect. It actually showed a decrease. Okay, so that's in order. So maybe my question is, what are other current assets of 255 million? What are these items? And then the next observation, if I look at the current ratio, adding, that is your current assets is your current liabilities, adding the 255 plus 283 plus 553 and the inventories, I'm probably getting about 1.1 million. And I'm seeing your trade payables of 1194. So I'm seeing a very tight, if not a less than 1.1 current ratio, that is current assets to current liabilities. And then linked to that, I'm then obviously concerned that your cash resources is down to 553. So I'd really like to have an understanding, because this was in March 2025. What is then, so I wanted to just capture that I am concerned about the current ratio. Maybe we should just do the numbers properly whilst you got it there. It's 255 plus 283 plus 553 plus 32 plus 91. Okay, so just over, no, it still is. I'm quite right then, plus 32 plus 91. Yeah, so it's 1214. Your current assets is just over 1194. So that's fine. But what I'm just saying is your current assets less your inventories, and what are the current assets over there. So I am seeing a bit of a liquidity problem. So I'm hoping that TERS would have relieved you. So maybe just answer that question there along those lines there. when will the MI be cleared? I did see that you did indicate that DPCI says it's under investigation. This is an old MI. Maybe then the question is, when will it be cleared? When last did you all engage with the AG with regard to that MI being cleared? Very crucial is the succession plan and the governance structure. Maybe the question for department is, when do you envisage the appointment of CEOs and a board for the post office? And then, you know, the much talked about and awaited exit strategy of the BRP. When is that imminent? Because we know that for as long as the BRP is here, it's costing SAPO money. And we need to therefore have that greater conversation with urgency that what is the exit strategy? And Honorable Bodlani has echoed that. And I would like to maybe fine-tune it and say that when is this going to happen? What are the preconditions for that? I recall the last time Mr. Ruplal, you all indicated you all will be going to court to indicate that almost 75% of the conditions were met. Maybe just update us with that. And when will you be handing over the reins? That's a critical question for us. What are the conditions of staff? During our oversight, we noted that there were poor staff conditions. Have we started to improve conditions under which staff work? And I think most importantly, and 2 points I'll then hand over, what was your after-year performance? Because a lot of what we've seen here was up to March 25. We've had up to September, that's 6 months, and now October, 7 months. Well, at least 6 full months have passed in terms of your performance. Maybe you can give us comfort that things have improved further to what it is. And let me acknowledge that there has been a reduction in the losses. I want to acknowledge that there. But the question then is, what was the subsequent to year-end performance? That will give us greater comfort whether the trajectory is a gentle downward trajectory, or have we stabilized and have we flattened the curve, and do we expect it to move up? And lastly, maybe I think everybody's talking about, Honorable Bodlani has talked about the future for post office. We've seen the re-engineering South Africa's designated postal services provider. And really, that's a conversation for another time. I don't want to go into it, but I think, except to give us some comfort that that vision of a repurposed post office fit for the future, meeting the needs of those who need this, that is the most rural of the rural areas, where this infrastructure is a phenomenal national asset to us. When will that be revitalized so that we can see the post office achieving its objective, its repurposed objective of the future? Let me just check. Honorable Shabaleng, may I invite you then to cover the focused discussion on the topic? Thank you so much, Honorable Shabaleng.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It was quite concise and brief. Chair, I think maybe we must get back to asking the fundamental questions. I think you are sitting on the wrong chair. You know, your questions should be on our chair side, where you're not chairing and you're actually doing the part of being a member participating. I see the passion in what you're doing, and it's really lovely. But I think questioning really this model, I'm quite worried. I mean, this is my first presentation really on the financial model of post office, so I wouldn't say I'm much more versed, but on the numbers side, I can tell you clearly from what I've seen, it's quite concerning, and it's something that we need to really just interrogate a little bit further and understand as to, I've seen the losses, I've seen the entire presentation on what Post Office is actually trying to do, but I don't see a business case of saying this can be done in order to rescue POSTBANK. You know, it's just been financial losses indicating where the Post Office is sitting at. And there's a huge, I think it's a 7.4 billion for creditors' debt that was written back into the income statement. Isn't that, a bit worrying? And maybe can we get a bit of clarity on that? I don't want to make an assumption to understand that I know what it is about, but, why would we have a 7.4 billion on creditors' debt, which was actually written back into the income statement? Is it, the language itself is not clear. Creditors and debt, is it a debtors, value that is owed to the post office, or this is a creditors that the post office owes to suppliers? So I think clarity on that would make it a bit simple for us. And again, the fact that we're currently sitting with a post office that on the financial statements you can see there's no innovation, there's no technology, there's no thinking forward, there's no ability of strategy, and there is no talent to turn this thing around. Post office should not be making losses today with the level of technology and the digital technology space that is taking place, whereby we have a whole lot of offerings that the post office should be actually leading in and actually taking advantage of the technological space and leap. But what we're seeing here is the fact that I've already mentioned it. There's no talent, there's no innovation, there's no imaginative thinking. And on top of it, there's just total lackluster in how the post office has actually been administrated from an SOE point of view. The reason why I see this happening is because we feel that there's no invested effort. I mean, you've had to release something like 4,300 employees. It's not a small number to lay off people, where we are talking about an inclusive economy where we want to create the jobs and bring back the jobs into the public sector, into the SOEs. And now to see that the post office is already releasing so many people and creating even a wider gap for unemployment is quite worrisome for us. So this is not very interesting. And on top of it, the post office releases all of these employees and then still asks for a bailout of 3.4 billion. What is the bailout to do when most of the employees are already now no longer actually employed and people have lost all this amount of jobs? The reduction of branch network. Growing up, we always knew that any town, village, urban area, as well as a rural area, you would always find a post office as a point of reference. Today is scarce and actually all, gone. Most of them have been actually released. And you can see the reduction strategy of releasing this post office. There's post office branches. Why are we keep on going? Why do we keep on going on the same failure trajectory when post office should be following the international global benchmarking model? Look at the current post offices globally, what they have done successfully to ensure that they can use the monopoly they have in the postal services and the electronic technology to make sure that they can create income, not only just create income, but be able to serve the underserved. They've lost the contract for the SASSA grants. They've lost the contract for the disability grant. They've lost the contract for payment of retirement, in terms of pensions. They have lost the contract to even dispense of the DTT decoders. The project was supposed to have gone to the post office to help with registry of the indigent, as well as ensuring of the distribution and making sure that there could be an installation program, etc. So here we're seeing a post office that is really bleeding itself to the ground, whereas its opposition and competitors, Pick n Pay and all of them, are taking advantage of most of these opportunities. They're providing logistics, they're providing services with regards to courier. They are providing post office related services. You've got the other competitors like a Postnet and them who are doing exactly what post office should have been doing, but they are doing it in a much more scaled, innovative way and far much more thinking. You've got the element of the post office bank as well as the state bank, which the ANC actually lied to the people when it said that they will have a state bank. Today, the post office is still sitting and it's not a state bank. So we have problems that are actually created by the incumbent. And maybe the fact that post office is led to fail is on the basis that there is an agenda to privatize everything that is state-orientated and state-owned entity and companies without having to say so. So we want to just get to the bottom of this thing and saying, how do we resolve these things? I'm sitting in an uncomfortable position. Our constituency wants to know the current government under the GNU is not serving the people in respect to ensuring that entities like the post office and the post bank can operate and work properly. I did relay at some point that I grew up banking with the post bank. They had a banking license, a basic retail license of banking. What happened to that model? What happened to that system? And what happened to that post-bank model, which existed at the time, which today, with what it had, it could have tripled up and competed with the likes of Capitec. So I don't believe that there is a lack of postal decline or need or use. No, it's a lack of imagination. And maybe we should bring it back to the fact that we need to maybe even advise from a community point of view to say there are people. You know, last week when we were sitting in the colloquium, you know, we had a bit of a back and forth discussion. And one of the things when I sat back and I started thinking, I thought, we have talented people. I mean, you had Andile Nama, who gave us a long lecture there, which was a bit winded, but what I could see was a gentleman who has passion to do something. Maybe it's people like him who are invested in the ICT and technology space and this space of SOEs to can come back either as a CEO or come back as a chair to really give technical input on what can be done, because they have the insights, but they are underutilized. And that is why when we were in the forum, he wanted to give more, but it was not the platform anyway. So I think we need to start thinking out of the box. The fact that post office is currently stranded needs leadership, needs innovation, needs talent and technology, needs refunding. We need to think of people like that who can come back and actually inject some kind of energy as well as innovative thinking. That is one of the points. But Chair, I don't want to take too long. I think based on those questions that I've just raised, if we can get some answers. For me, the worst part of it is the laying off of workers. We can't accept it from an opposition benches where we are seeing entities laying off our workers and giving them no option but to go and sit home and create another gap of unemployment. So we object to this, and we're saying that conditional funding must be based on creating employment and jobs. If post office is going to receive any more money, it must be conditional on the basis that it has to have a mass hiring program and create opportunities for communities as well as return back the services that are required in communities. I'm going to pause on that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shabaleng. Just as a point of order, I had looked for hands before I went in. There was no hands. Usually I would allow members to speak first. That's been the established protocol by the chairperson. And then I would usually, then the chairperson will come in and sweep. So that is why I went in and gave my input. But thank you for your input. And maybe, as I had indicated as well, it was a painful news we received continuously about the retrenchment of thousands of employees and staff of that. That is why I said to make it count, those losses count, we really would love to see a revitalized post office for the future. So let me hand back to, I'm not too sure, let me welcome DG. DG has joined us, but DG, maybe we'll allow you to come in at the end. And let me invite you, Mr. Anush, to respond briefly with regards to historical perspectives, because Mr. Honorable Shabaleng has recently joined us and he hasn't had the full historical perspective of the losses. So briefly, you can just highlight on that and move into the more current issues. Thank you. Mr. Rupal, allow you to lead the responses.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honourable members for your observations and questions. Yes, I will give just a brief background as a refresher, and we'll answer according to some of the themes that we picked up. And then, Chairperson, obviously, for those that we may so maybe from a perspective of a refresher, I think I'd like to remind perhaps maybe the new committee members, or just to highlight that, the entity was in liquidation. And that's when the department or the minister at the time made an application to bring the entity out of liquidation and place it into business rescue. Now, business rescue is really a mechanism that's available in terms of the Companies Act that allows practitioners to be appointed so as to, rescue the entity and assess its probability of rescue, and to implement various interventions and measures so to improve the solvency, the balance sheet, and to various interventions to make or to place the entity in a state where it is solvent and liquid and can operate going forward. So in that regard, the Companies Act is very prescriptive on how a business rescue process is run. In that regard, and of course, at the time of liquidation, it was landlords who were creditors were owed monies that were not paid because of the dire financial position of the post office, and which led the entity in being placed in liquidation. So having said that, obviously the application was successful. It was a court application that brought the entity out of liquidation and into business rescue. And very briefly, a business rescue is a process of compromise across all stakeholders and affected parties. And primarily, it is creditors that are owed money. And a business rescue plan has to be devised according to the prescripts of the Companies Act, and that is presented to the creditors, the body of creditors, for approval of the plan. That plan was duly approved by a majority of creditors at the formal meeting of creditors. And only once we have an approved plan can the BRPs then move forward to implement the business rescue plan. Chairperson made reference to the fact that that's 75% complete. I'll just give further feedback on that, before I hand over for further questions. But in the business rescue process, our plan was quite clear in terms of the interventions or the BR actions that would be implemented. And unfortunately, that did include, optimization of costs of branches. The retrenchment of staff was it was obviously not what we wanted. It was inevitable, but it was something that was very difficult for us to, but had to be done in the interest of the entity. And just maybe as a point of clarification, the BRPs did not view the retrenchments as a success, not at all. This was really a combined. This was really part of a combined aspect or turnaround strategy. I beg your pardon, a business rescue strategy that had to be implemented, and tied to that was the rationalization of the branches. That was a very detailed process, adopting various criteria, very stringent models that were developed purely for the branch rationalization that looked at the geographic location, compliance with the USO obligations, and so forth. And of course, the branches have been targeted to reduce to 657 branches. We are working on that. And what's important to highlight is even with that rationalized branch infrastructure, the post office is still represented in all geographic regions, and more importantly, to allow the organization to comply with its USO obligations. So in terms of the plan, one of the biggest elements of the plan for execution was also a creditors' compromise. That was a very big aspect of the plan that had to be voted on by creditors themselves. They were owed, obviously, 100%. And as part of the compromise, we agreed to pay 12 cents to all concurrent creditors. And there was an additional 18 cents that was conditional upon the 3.8 billion being received. And from that 3.8 billion, the 18 cents additional award was going to accrue to certain statutory and payroll creditors. And those were literally about 5 or 6 creditors, which included the likes of the South African Revenue Services, the Retirement Fund, and so on. Now, as we all know, we can only implement with the promised funding. The 12 cents was duly paid. The 18 cents that was contingent on the 3.8 billion that has not been received. And as a result, we could not pay that. And to that, the remaining, 25% that remained incomplete in the plan was the contingent 3.8 billion. Now with, so much of time elapsing, and now we've been in engaging with National Treasury and, of course, the department, it's highly unlikely that we're going to receive that 3.8 billion. As a result, that option to pay the 18 cents has now fallen away, which means, Chairperson, our plan moves from 75% to 100% because we've got more certainty it's more likely than not that we're not going to receive the 3.8 billion. So I think those are the salient aspects of the business rescue plan. And I think I do want to highlight that in liquidation, all jobs would have been lost. The entity would have ceased to exist. Post office is a designated postal operator. Every country has a designated postal operator. We're a member of the of UPU, the Universal Postal Union. So had the entity been liquidated, we would have lost a designated operator. We would have been then one of two countries in the world that would not have had a designated postal operator. And of course, tied to that is the social mandate, which is delivery of parcels and items to all South Africans at an affordable cost, regardless of where they reside and so forth. And that's the universal service obligation. So I just wanted to highlight that, whilst the questions have been around employment, we must look at it to say that, well, actually, we've, instead of all jobs being lost, we've actually saved over 4,500 or 4,800 jobs, and those employees have continued to be employed for the last 18 months, and that's been reflected in the results. So Chair, those are that's sort of refresher of what the business rescue plan entailed. Part of the business rescue plan was also to formulate a turnaround strategy, and that detailed document which sets out the business case, which sets out detailed strategies, which includes things like partnerships, reinvigorating the infrastructure, across the value chain and across the potential opportunities that exist for the post office. So that turnaround strategy has been developed in conjunction with management, that has been presented on various occasions to the department, to National Treasury, and that turnaround plan is available. For when even the new board arrives, it does not have to wait for the BRPs to implement. So that is why we have requested the minister and the department formally now to assist in approving appointments of key vacant positions like the CEO, COO, CFO, and of course, more importantly, the board, who would take this turnaround strategy going forward. And not to get into too much of the details, but the turnaround strategy, it's a 3-year turnaround plan. This is not something that can be done overnight, but it looks at all aspects of what a postal operator should be doing. We have benchmarked, the post office across all global or other postal operators across the world. And, that strategy document sets out some of these aspects that can and should be implemented as part of the turnaround strategy. Chair, maybe a key point as well before I hand over to the CE to answer some of the granular questions. So the turnaround strategy is, premised on a few things. And of course, one of them is receipt of funding. So it's not a bailout. It's important to understand that the 3.8 billion was promised as investment in a court application when the entity was placed into business rescue. Accordingly, the business rescue practitioners incorporated that into the plan. That was a key item that was required for us to fulfill and complete the business rescue plan. And I just want to maybe highlight that, yes, there were good questions asked around the performance and, of course, the cash flows and the TERS performance. And again, the CFO will give you the responses here. But I just want to highlight that the entity is in austerity mode. When I made the comment that we are able to make our payments in ordinary course of business, it is in this austerity mode because we still need to get to a steady state with further investment. I think with that, I would stop. That's really a high-level overview, and hopefully I've addressed, some of the questions according to the themes. I'm going to invite our acting CEO and the CFO to comment on the granular questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Anush. Chair, through you, I just want to touch on this 3.8 billion because it was one of your questions. And Anush covered me with respect to how did the 3.8 billion come up. For the new members, to appraise them, the business was factually and technically insolvent. And there was a court application to liquidate the business. So there was a provisional liquidator whose primary aim is to flog off the assets and come to a dividend that it would pay the suppliers. At the time that we ran the scenarios, because I was at SAPO at the time, you looked at 4 cents in the rand. And one of the avenues to get the business out of provisional liquidation and a lifeline is to put it into business rescue. But business rescue, this is a court-appointed business rescue. It can be, the other alternative is a board-appointed, but in this instance, it's a court-appointed. And a business rescue plan is a very tangible plan in terms of how would you rescue the business or preserve the business, but looking back retrospectively. And so when that application was made, the application was backed on two premises, and one of the honorable members touched on 2.4 billion, and a few of you touched on 3.8 billion. So the 2.4 billion was available, but it was not a bailout, and neither did it look at an investment in SAPO going forward. What the 2 billion enabled SAPO was firstly is to look at how it continues from a working capital perspective, because there was a bleed, to enable the business rescue practitioners to come to a compromise with its creditors, which is where we got the 12 cents in the rand, and that touches on the 7.4 billion right back. So just on the 7.4 billion right back, it means that you owed 100, you paid them 12 cents, and the remainder of that you write it back into the P&L. So it is it shows as profitability. So it's called a creditor compromise in BR language. And so that 2.4 billion, and the only thing that was enabled was for us to steady state the information in the post office in the form of a data center. There wasn't anything available to invest forward-looking in terms of the turnaround strategy, although we did develop a turnaround strategy. Now, the 3.8 billion, which was supposed to be the second tranche, and again, I don't want to call it a bailout, I want to call it an investment in SAPO's turnaround, that would have went for the, part of the creditor compromise was the statutory creditors, which Anush alluded on, which included the pension fund, the medical aid, as well as SARS. The arrangement there on the approval of the business rescue plan was that 18 cents further would be paid to those creditors. That comes to around 500 million. There would be 1 billion for a working capital investment, because the business doesn't switch on and switch off. You have to fund its losses as you make an investment going forward. And then the 2.4 billion of that really goes into direct investments. And that direct investment then talks to an enabler in the business, one, to diversify its revenue stream. But the second thing is also to enable it to meet service delivery currently when you think about motorbikes, etc. So, and touches on your door-to-door delivery question, Chair. So, at the time that the business went into rescue and, the approval of the plan, these were strategic enablers to the successful execution of the plan. And, one of the enablers did not materialize, which is the 3.8 billion funding. And that's very important to bear in mind. And Chair, I just want, before I hand over to Lenny, is to say that, while you touched on a very valuable point, and one of the members, the members that feel that postal services are not relevant, in designing the strategy, which, the management team as well as the BR teams were involved in, so it's a collated turnaround strategy. We went and we looked at market studies and we benchmarked ourselves to peers. South Africa is not a copy and paste, because we have a significant ratio or a significant gap between your urbanized and your rural areas. So when you take the two, you can't really just benchmark us to a Sweden, for example, or you can't benchmark us to a country that's very rural. We have such a significant urbanized area, and we have such a significant rural area, and the reach from a UPU perspective is important. So in designing those branches, it was important that we didn't lose the reach. So if anybody asks me on branch profitability, I will tell you there's a lot of branches that don't make money, but the reason why you keep them is because they service a significant part of your universal, your postal services obligation. But in designing the strategy, what we realized is while the traditional mailing business is a declining trend, so globally, traditional mailing is declining because we're all getting more technologically savvy and we're relying on emails and, electronic correspondence. The need for traditional mailing system is still relevant in this country because of the rural spread. So it doesn't go away in its and there will still be a need, and as you know, we improve as a country and we develop, that need will also decline. And then the need for the e-commerce or the door-to-door delivery and parcel delivery, which talks to e-commerce, etc., that is still very, very relevant. It is very significant in a portion of our business in the turnaround strategy, but our ability to execute on it is currently hindered by the tools of trade that we need. So, and that requires that investment. Now, Anush can touch, because I know it's a legal matter. I don't know if Anush, because Juanito's not on the call, has the ability to, feedback on that sub 1 kg matter from a legal perspective. But indeed, it is SAPO's right. The business over the years has been cannibalized by private operators because SAPO didn't have the ability to execute on it. So you've got your smaller businesses or even your significant businesses that are doing the deliveries of the sub 1 kg. So it will be, SAPO is still relevant in the landscape as it's reinventing itself. But again, it always boils down to what is the enabler to the execution of the turnaround strategy, which goes back to the going concern, which one of the members raised. That going concern is something that's been there. It's always been there because you look at cash flows going forward for 12 months to 18 months. And if SAPO's operating the way it is with nothing available to invest, then you question whether it's going to be a factually solvent in a business going forward. With that, Chair, I'll hand over to Lenny, who will take the more focused questions on the income statement and the balance sheet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Maybe just to answer to some of the financial questions, I think that one of the questions was regarding the other financial assets of the 255 million.
Lenny, Mr. Governor, can you switch on your video, please, if it's possible? Thank you.
One of the items including there is the heritage assets of 46 million rand. We also got the cell capital investment of 89 million rand. We have a small amount for the deferred tax of 2 million rand and 117 million rand for the IFRS 16 in terms of assets. So just in terms of accounting standard, how we recognize the leases. I think your question about the liquidity and the current ratio to the current assets to the current liabilities. Yes, the liquidity challenge is a bit constrained. We are trying to manage our working capital. That's why improvement in trying to do the debtors collection, that we do not have any long outstanding debts. So in terms of the TARES funds, the 61 million, without that 61 million, we would have had a worsening position in the cash flow projections. So the 61 million is just bridging the working capital deficit. So that doesn't allow us any significant investments in the CAPEX. So if you look at our cash flow projections up to March, taking the 61 million per month for 6 months, because the 381 million is paid over 6 months period, it helps us to bridge, and we're confident to see that up to March next year, we were able to manage the working capital, ensuring that SAPO is able to pay its liabilities when they become due. The matter of the MI, we agree that matter is a long outstanding matter. It goes back to 2021. There we depended on the DPCI to conclude the investigations. When the AG starts the audit for the 25-26 financial year, once again, we will follow up with AG to see how far they are. Unfortunately, we're requiring the AG's assistant there to liaise directly with DPCI. I think your question also was regarding way forward to see what is the results as of September. We are still busy with October's financials. So the 6 month period ending 30th September, what was SAPO's financial audit looking at? So when you reflect at 6 months September, I think the positive trend of managing the revenue, managing expenses, has resulted in SAPO reporting a loss for the 6 months period of 86 million. I think we're scheduled to come before Parliament, I think somewhere in the first week in December. But in terms of the September's results, we got a net loss of 86 million. So the positive trend of reducing the losses is continuation. I think the other positive is maintaining the revenue base. If you look at our revenue base for up to 6 months, it's 680 million rand. There's not been any significant decline. I think we 0.5% decline in terms of the revenue. So we maintain the revenue. So there's not a worsening decline in revenue. We also see the costs coming down. So with the net loss position, once again, for the 6 month period is 86 million. But what we have also done to take not even a pessimistic view, there's been investment being made in the hybrid mail printers, Chair, and one of the indications indicated what is happening to the mail business. I think the hybrid mail also offers SAPO certain opportunities because the hybrid mail allows SAPO not only to do the traditional mail, but it generates certain revenue for printing costs. So SAPO is able to print in these various sites, and also what it does, it reduces the national line-out costs and transport costs. So we print at the source. So instead of printing at Joburg, you would print at Cape Town and deliver the mail. So we have made an investment in the 3 hybrid mail printers. The first one has already been delivered in October. The second one will be delivered in November and December. So that CapEx investment will also improve the traditional mail and once again the other revenue stream. Also in terms of the branches, which you indicated, I think we indicated on the KPI, that the investment in the point of sale equipment, I think the equipment is all about 15 years old. We have concluded the procurement process for this equipment, and the process has been concluded. That's going to cost up about 30 million rand. So that equipment process, we are busy in the contracting stage. We will see the rollout probably in the next 3 or 4 months to ensure that the 657 branches as new equipment, because it's also important that we're able to protect the revenue at the branches, because if you look at SAPO's revenue as indicated by the motor vehicle and other financial services, we need to ensure that we equip the branches with this up-to-date equipment. So those equipment at the branch will also ensure that SAPO protects its revenue base and is also able to grow its revenue base. So, Chair, I think that is in summary some of the financial questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruplal, and thank you to the team for your responses. And I think, Mr. Ruplal, if I can just understand you correctly, you said it's 86 million rand for the 6 months to November, and that will be as opposed to what would have been for the year end of March 25. So that is an improvement. So I think that's, for me, that is a positive news, and I think honourable members, the post office is due to come back to us shortly. I think we will be getting Honourable Bodlani. I've acknowledged your hands are up. So the post office is due to return to us as with other entities. I think towards the end of the term, we actually will be getting a few entities presenting their Q1 and Q2 results. And we will certainly look forward to receiving the SAPO results. And I think at some stage, we did receive a turnaround strategy that was discussed, I think, with some level of confidentiality because it's certain business strategy of SAPO. Maybe it would be an appropriate time in the new term, Secretariat, for us to revisit that and see that this is what we want to do and where are we doing. But I think the challenge then is that investment that was anticipated to turn it around or to invest to achieve that hasn't come in. So I think from an implementation, a lot of that may not have happened. Honourable members, I really don't want us to defer longer than is necessary. So let me maybe allow Honourable Bodlani. Can I recognize you?
Thank you so much, Chair. I did not quite get a response on the exit where the process is. And if it was given, I do apologize, but I do beg your indulgence on that. And also, if you could just give the administrators an opportunity to speak to the issue of the legal opinion, because the response that you gave was not concrete and somebody probably has the correct answer somewhere. And when I can't remember whether it was announced in this portfolio, the departure of Ms. Gani. It's good to see her. Can we just get clarity if she's still in that role? And if so, does it mean that there's a reversal on her reported departure? Just an update on that, Chair.
Thank you. Secretariat, do you want to have a respond to the issue of the letter for the legal opinion?
Good day, Mr. Subrati. At the moment, we looked at our letters. I just would ask the content advisors to just come in here. Thank you, Mr. Subrati.
Mr. Maleka or Dr. Medupe, who would like to respond to that question?
Good day, honorable members. In my recollection, but Honorable Chair will have to confirm with our records. But if I recollect well, and the honorable pastor can come in if need be. But in my recollection is that we did write a letter earlier in the year, but we'll have to confirm, honorable member, and revert back to the committee just to ensure that it was processed. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe just to give clarity, in a very recent meeting, I think if it was not, it was one of the meetings last week, we did take a decision that we send off, get a legal opinion. Now, may I then request, and this is not an old matter, it's a recent decision of the committee, may I then request outside this meeting when it concludes, if that letter hasn't gone off, can I please ensure that letter goes off? So I think that would be a clear directive because we must give effect to that decision, committee decision that we had taken. Maybe can I then request Mr. Ruplal to respond to the question of the exit strategy that Honorable Bodlani had raised, as well as I don't know how to respond to the issue surrounding Fatima, but Fatima is, Ms. Ghani is with us. Mr. Ruplal, you want to respond to the issue of the exit strategy?
Thank you, Chairperson, and yeah, thank you for the questions through you. So in terms of the business rescue exit, that's quite correct. We did appraise the committee the last time, so we were busy with an application with our legal advisors to bring the rescue to an end. We are literally at the final stages where the final draft, has been reviewed by the department and the three key creditors, or the between the BRPs and the minister, and we've written formally to the minister to facilitate that discussion. We're hoping that that discussion can happen next week. That then allows us to be in a position to file the application, with the court according to the court's rules and processes. So that's where we are, Chairperson, in terms of exiting as business rescue practitioners. In conversations with the department, and the DG is on the line as well, I'm sure she'll respond. We've also taken heed of a transition or an exit plan for the operational items, and we're busy with that document to do effective handovers. The intention is to enable an orderly handover, to management and of course the board. Hopefully, we're hoping at the time of our exit. So that's where we are on that respect. And then with regard to Ms. Ghani, yes, she has been in an acting role. She has been balancing her, business professional responsibilities with her personal responsibilities, and it is regrettable, that she's intending to leave. So we have been in discussions with her. She was supposed to have exited or ended, in September, but she's agreed very generously to stay on with us on a man-to-man basis, and to support the business in every way possible. So, it is regrettable, but we are grateful at the same time. Thank you, Chair. I hope that answers.
Thank you, Mr. Ruplal. I wasn't aware. I thank you, Honorable Bodlani, for highlighting that. I somehow missed that comment that Ms. Ghani will be leaving us or has intention to leaving. But thank you for the clarity. Maybe it would be appropriate, DG, to get you in briefly for some reflections before we move to the next item on the issue surrounding post office, issues surrounding governance, the handover period, and the exit strategy.
Most certainly, and a very good morning, Chair, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
And to the honorable members as well on the platform, and I want to thank the honorable members. I think I have an appreciation, Chair, on the fact that collectively there is a need to say SAPO is a very critical state-owned entity that we all need to pull towards then making sure that it is fully, efficiently run, operationalized, and also serves its core mandate. And as you know, that's the mandate that Parliament recently passed in terms of its expanded mandate in terms of the other areas. And so leaning on the comments and the questions that were posed by Honorable Bodlani, Singh, Felicia, yourself, Chair, as well as Chabeleng. And I think, as I said, all of it then talks to then the core mandate. Perhaps then maybe to come and to then say the department is absolutely committed to making sure that we saved the post office. And sorry, Chair, I don't know whether it's my bandwidth or I'm losing your picture. But we're very much so committed to making sure that SAPO is revitalized. SAPO is also supported in terms of repositioned and to fulfill its mandate. And there's actually a number of interventions, Chair, but because of time, I was going to allow the DDG to come in. The number of support, so we've given support in terms of TERS, we've given support in terms of then the partnerships. I know that there has been delays with the partnership, but I've been talking to the business rescue practitioner, I think Anush, this week, and I'm hoping that it's going to be advertised soon. The reason why, Chair, we want it advertised is just purely from a transparency perspective. Honorable Bolani, just to give an assurance, there are so many partners who are absolutely keen to come on the board to partner with SAPO. What we are afraid of, just in terms of considering only the unsolicited bids, would be if something else is also out there. If someone else comes to you, honorable members, and then starts saying, but or maybe they had made an application previously, as we know, because the number varies from SAPO, whether it was 37 at one stage, now we're told it's 56, etc. So the people have been knocking on the doors of SAPO continuously. Some information may have slipped through the cracks, and we're hoping that this transparent process is actually then going to give it credibility. But more than anything else, it's going to also call forward the partners who are willing and eager to partner with the post office. There was a question that was asked about what is SAPO's the re-engineered SAPO instead of the SAPO of tomorrow strategy. I just want to clarify that the SAPO of tomorrow strategy came in before the business rescue. The SAPO of tomorrow strategy is what the department worked on with the post office. It is still our intent to then say this is what we see as the full ecosystem and the capabilities of SAPO within now the revised mandate from the post office amendment bill. Then, if I may then quickly highlight, Chair, one of the biggest challenges, and I'm hoping that honorable members you're going to assist us with, but we're also appearing at SCOA next week, is the ability of government to respond timelessly, especially on issues of funding request. Honorable members, I think previously we've highlighted that we've been making numerous requests for SAPO. And I just want to showcase this particular issue about the 2.4 billion versus the 3.8. The 2.4 billion actually was an application we made for the SAPO of tomorrow strategy at the time that it was approved in cabinet, which was 2022. We made then the subsequent applications to Treasury numerous times, and unfortunately, none of those were hitting. So it means the strategy itself, as much as it is enjoyed and supported by cabinet, it did not have the financial muscle to take it through. We then only received this 2.4 billion on the 31st of March. Honorable members, I just want to highlight this. 31st of March is the end of the financial year. So you can imagine that we are receiving funds on the last day under the medium-term adjustment. How do we implement? How do we execute, apart from dumping and obviously certainly having all sorts of irregular transactions taking place? So we then had to, at that point in time, SAPO could not do anything because it was on the last day of the financial period 2022-2023. It meant then we had to go back to National Treasury, the very same National Treasury that gave us on the 31st, to make an application for the rollover of that amount. At that point in time, as you would know, now there's the liquidation, provisional liquidation, etc. And therefore it meant we had to now reallocate that money towards then now the liquidation scenario and not necessarily for the purpose that it was served for. And I think Anush highlighted the issue that the business rescue was in three parts. It's to stabilize the survival, and then obviously the last part would be the future-proof business. But in totality, it needed, therefore, the additional 3.8 billion And we made an equal commitment as government to then, in terms of our corporate papers, to then say we would fund, therefore, both the survival aspect as well as then the future proof. The future proof has got then the aspects within the business that talks to the issues of modernizing the infrastructure, modernizing and putting the buildings in a way that when we're now seeking for partnership and collaboration, at least it is not in dire states, and also then looking at the future innovative solutions as well. And unfortunately, as we sit even now, we have not received the 3.8 billion. We are therefore looked now to saying, let's think outside the box and look at alternative ways in as far as still trying to drive forward the principles and the objectives that we want to achieve, but then looking for partners in that regard. So, Chair, that's where we're at as a department, and I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks there will also then be traction in as far as then the partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DG, and thank you to the team for your responses. I think honourable members have substantially covered us and given us that clarity. Let me thank you to the Post Office team, and we look forward to receiving your Q1 and Q2 of 2025-26 report, and at some stage, so I think it's a bit, and we certainly as a committee we will ensure that we engage and get clarity on the 3.8 billion rands. Honourable members, we'll park that off now. That's the item on the South African Post Office. Thank you so much to the team. We'll now like to move on to the next item, and that is the POSTBANK. Let me invite the chairperson of the POSTBANK, Mr. Kaya, to come through and lead us into presentation together with his team. It will be led by Mr. Kaya Ngema. They've got a full team. Mr. Mamuji, the chairperson of the board committee. We've got the CEO, Ms. Nikki Mgengashe, Mr. Martin Dowie, Wisani Shirinda, and Mr. Bongani Diako. Let me welcome Mr. Ngema for your opening comments, and then please lead the presentation.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to the members of the committee, TDG, and the rest of the members of the DCDT, colleagues from POSTBANK, Post Office, and NEMISA, and members of the public who may be in attendance or who are following the conversation. Thanks for the opportunity to represent. I'll just raise key highlights, Chair, as usual, and then the CE will lead the conversation. The first point I would raise is that we now have the full board, having been in a state of administrator supported by an audit and risk committee of advisors. We now have a full board. The minister did appoint successfully the board in March. And the board has created committees, albeit obviously the bulk of work has happened post, but the board committees, including the audit committee, had a critical role to play in the audit process, in processing the audit outcomes, albeit they came in later in the day. So at least that particular gap, Chair, is covered. And obviously, the committee knows that we've worked to make sure that we have an EXCO, a proper and fuller EXCO, and we have two positions in the EXCO that we're currently filling, and we expect that to be sorted soonest in that regard. So that speaks to the leadership, but it also speaks to the capacity to carry through whatever strategy and plan that we seek to deal with. Then there's the matter of the regulatory issues, and I think we've been many times in front of the committee in terms of challenges in the relationship with the regulator, and that has a significantly improved, Chair. And we really have attended to the matters of the variation notice that have been bedeviling us for some time. I think when the CE speaks, she will say a bit more. We have attended to the matters. There's one matter about which she will say a bit more. So of all of the matters of variation notice, we managed to close. One matter remains as a matter for closing, and she'll speak to that. But I think we've done that regulated progress. And in terms of just the relationship with the regulator, we think it's on a much far better platform than it used to be. We've had issues around our biggest client being the payment of social grants on behalf of SASSA, and I think we can, Chair, say that for 2 full years we have paid diligently without problems. We have not received any fines from SASSA, so we have stabilized that function from a delivery perspective. Albeit there are other challenges that have been in the news, in relation to that relationship. They don't relate to our ability to deliver the service. They rather are about our ability to provide a free service to clients. So the delivery is not an issue. The issue in contention is whether we provide the services without any deductions, given that these are some of the most vulnerable in society. Accepting that beneficiaries can pick their bank for payment, but at the same time making sure that the state provides a channel that is free, so that should they choose to want to receive in full, they have a channel provided for them, which is what the Master Services Agreement has been regulating over the period of time. So that is what we want to highlight, Chair, from our perspective. We are also focusing on the core customers, the non-SASSA customers, and looking into ways of doing that. So in the current period, we're making sure that we're trying to deal with that. We're also trying to attend to other areas of the annual performance plan that we have kind of not delivered as well as we could have. Some have been as a consequence of the challenges we've had on the regulator side, and in relation to the payment of the grant side, some of the managing that relationship, but some of them require that we work better. And as a board, we've engaged with management, and we looked into how we can improve how we work in all areas, so that we are in a better space. We've had, Chair, we've made a profit over this period. In the previous areas, we've said we were able to make an operational profit, but because of the hit we got from the SAPO business rescue settlement, we made an accounting loss, but we've managed now to make a profit as a company. We're quite happy with that. We think it's not just proof that the place is well governed, but it's also well managed, and it shows that we're delivering despite other challenges that we're still sorting. We're managing to run a profitable business, and we want to push that even better. So we want to be mentioned among the most successful state-owned companies in the country, and provide what we think is a very essential service to the most vulnerable in society. The business rescue was quite a big hit to us as the biggest creditor, because we got 12 cents for every 1 rand that was owed, and the business rescue is the reason we're having some challenges in relation to capital adequacy and all of that. So it was a through and through negative from the point of view of the biggest creditor being POSTBANK to the post office. In the year in question, Chair, we've managed to make progress on the audit performance. Albeit that we've had to deal with material irregularities, findings from the Auditor General that largely pertain to the 2021 year, but we are processing them, and as the people in charge, we take responsibility to resolve all of the issues whenever the period those issues might have happened. We managed to move from disclaimer in the past years. We managed to move from disclaimer to qualified, and we had to deal with 5 to 6 years 5 to 6 preceding financial years to manage to reconcile issues from that period and all of that. And we did that work, Chair. We submitted late, but we did do the work. And in the current period, we managed to progress from qualified audit to unqualified audit. We want to sustain that. We want to become that reliable bank, and we want to improve the unqualified. We want to attend to the issues, matters that we raise to make sure that we keep getting better, because it's an important part for us of becoming the trusted bank of the people that can deliver in a manner that's trusted. I'll hand over to the CE Chair with your permission.
See?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Let me put on my camera. There we go. Thank you, Chair. And morning, Chair, and morning to the members of Parliament, DM. I think he's on the call, on the DG, and the colleagues on the call. Chair, I did write on the chart that we don't have sharing rights, so I can't share the presentation. So if the Secretariat can just give us sharing rights, and then I can share from my side. Thank you. I did write on the chat before.
DM might be here in spirit. I don't see him on our call.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure whether he is, so my apologies. Oh, no. My goodness. Okay. I'm now struggling to see what I'm sharing. Okay. Okay. Let me just try sharing again. There we go. Share. Okay. Please confirm if you can see it, Chair.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you so much. So the chair, our chair has summarized very nicely the presentation. So hopefully we won't be long, so that we allow for questions. But I will be presenting, and then just after me, our CFO, and then our chief audit will close off the presentation. And perhaps on my side, I'll just focus on the strategy and how we performed against the strategy and the plan that we had for the year, and then the CFO, of course, on financials, and the CAE on the audit outcomes. So we always share that we've always had a strategy in terms of stabilize and build. That's where we're at, because if you recall, and I'll touch on some of these because I'm mindful that we do have new members on the platform, so I'll give a little bit of context without going too deep. We're separated from the post office almost 5 years back now, so we are a standalone separate entity altogether. With a separate board and a separate executive team. The executive team that's now in POSTBANK is almost 2 years, just less than 2 years in the business, so fairly new executive team. So the strategy I'm sharing on starts almost as we joined, certainly when I joined, which is almost two and a few months back. And we signed off with the board at the time, the board that was at the time, that we do this in 3 phases. Was the history of the business was that it's never really been a bank. I think not by any fault of anyone, but I think because it was just a subsidiary of a post office, the focus to really create a proper bank might have been diluted because of that. And we'll see this in the skills in the bank, we see it in the history of the bank, and therefore the journey that we've been taking the bank as the new executive is to really build a bank more than transform the bank. So our first phase of the strategy was that we wanted to stabilize the bank, because when we joined, every month there used to be disruptions in terms of payments, certainly to the grant beneficiaries, and also you'll see some history of the audit and the financials as well. So we certainly knew that we have to stabilize the business to do at least the minimal of what is required to do, while we recognize that we then have to move to a phase of building and growing the business that will set us up to differentiate the business. Certainly, I think we were quite ambitious even here to think that we can combine stabilization and build. I think we've done more stabilization and a little bit of build. We certainly do believe that the build phase will now merge a little bit into the growth phase. And I think when you hear the story and you hear what really happened here, there will be an appreciation of why I say that. So my first part of the presentation then is to reflect how did we perform against what we had promised in terms of our strategy, and this is a summary of that. So the build phase was really across. It was really across financials, people, governance, compliance, customer, and certainly operationally as well. So you'll see that these points talk around those five areas. Leadership was quite important for us. Like I said, we hadn't had stable leadership in POSTBANK for 9 years. We did not have a CEO for the 9 years before I joined. There was no permanent CEO. We've had five different acting CEOs, and that was the same in every other role. Even the CIO with 5 different CIOs. I think in those 9 years, 2 were permanent, but they didn't stay. I think the longest was probably there for 12 months. The others shorter than that. And then the rest of the organization, the rest of the executive roles were acting individuals in the roles. So that was quite important for us, that to build that. I think one of the members actually mentioned it, that if you don't have the right leadership in a business, then you cannot see that business running well. So very proud then of the leadership that we do have now, a combination of over 150 years of banking experience, which was something that was a real struggle in the business. Most of our executives are people who are coming from the 4 big banks, because that's where the experience is. Unfortunately, we have been lucky that we've retained some of the people who have the history of the business, which has also helped a lot. And the rest of the business is people who have been there before, which now we're taking them on their journey to either capacitate them and to also merge with new skills and new talent, so that we can build the capability within the bank. We also have a full board that's been appointed starting in April this year. I think the minister is looking to even complement that board with 3 more executives or 3 more directors, as it is rather small, but we have a board that's functioning. We have all our committees, they're functioning. As much as that started in this current year that we're starting on. In the last year that we're reporting, we really didn't have a board the whole year. It was under being run by the administrator, and luckily for us, for continuity, the administrator was appointed as the chair of the board. In terms of IT infrastructure, again, because we were coming from the post office, we inherited a lot of post office infrastructure, and therefore we had to build proper banking infrastructure. Happy to say that we've been able to do a little bit of that, and I say a little bit because there's still a long way to go, but enough to ensure that we service the customers that we have now, but certainly for the grow and the differentiation strategy, we'll need to build proper IT infrastructure. Stabilize the operations. I think the one measure that we're always so proud of, because it used to be an event in POSTBANK every month when we're paying beneficiaries, because they will either be going and not getting their money, or it will be an issue. So happy to report that since the unfortunate 2023 September IT glitch, we have never missed paying a beneficiary for 2 consecutive years. In fact, now we're over 2 years as the months have gone, was it gone to post-September. We've never missed a payment, which was a commitment we made during the glitch and when we went to present what strategy that we have. So the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure that we have implemented, we can see the outcomes and the results of that and the return of that investment. Governance and compliance, I think the chair touched a little bit on that, particularly the variation notice, which had 13 conditions, and 12 of those, 12 of those were mainly compliance. Happy to say we fulfilled all the compliance conditions. The one condition where we struggled was people coming forward to collect their card, because the SAPO put that as the condition that we must ensure that we swap everyone, and we take some of the accountability there in terms of there were areas we certainly could have done things better. But it was just unfortunate because by the time the deadline of 31st March, which the SAP had given to us, we were left with only a small amount of people who have not come forward. We're close to 70% that we have converted, and therefore, and we did go, by the way, to the SAP to ask for just 2 more months because we believed we could finalize that number. I think we're sitting at close to 500,000 people at the time, and we were doing at the time. By March, we were issuing close to 500 cards a month. So we definitely knew that we could complete that project within 2 months. Unfortunately, and we totally understand the Reserve Bank's point of view that they couldn't just extend a variation notice without issuing another variation notice. And that's how we ended up with variation notice number 4, because it was that we did ask for an extension and it was given to us in form of variation number 4. And of course, like any auditor, like any regulator, when they give you and say, well, next year you've passed, you've performed, you've got an audit opinion and it's better than last year, but can you then also just address a little few things, which is what then you will see under variation number 4. In fact, if you print it, because it's a public document, you will see that it speaks to just those few things that we have to enhance. Governance and compliance further, I think we'll see when we talk about our audit, so I'll leave it there. Internal controls, I think again, our audit opinion will reflect how we've done this, but happy to say that POSTBANK, I think another member said POSTBANK lost a license. POSTBANK hasn't lost a license. We are in the process of applying for a commercial license. We've never had one though, but POSTBANK has been able to retain both the licenses, 2 licenses, but it has one to issue cards, one to take deposits. We've been able to retain those because that was quite critical for us. And perhaps the notion that we lost it came from the fact that it was a threat. There was a point that we almost lost it, but happy to report that we've been able to retain those. Transforming the culture, still a work in progress. A lot of work has been done here. I think very proud of the work that we've done in terms of ensuring that salaries of all employees are in the fair range that of the signed benchmark, because there were employees that were outside of the minimum salary. So we've done that work. Every employee in POSTBANK is within the minimum and in the upper of that minimum for some of them. Happy to say that we've started even introducing wellness. We're busy now looking at some of the benefits that employees lost in the separation with SAPO. We taking those to board. In fact, we started that exercise to take them back to board because we want to reinstate those for employees of benefits that they had before. So we're looking at a process to reinstate that. So there's a lot of focus in that. And in that, to balance as well, we've training very focused on performance and delivery. So we did some performance training. We've adopted a framework in terms of how we measure performance, and we're busy with that. And until we embed that, POSTBANK doesn't even pay any bonuses because we believe that we need to build to that level should we get to that level. But we very much emphasis on performance. And then therefore reflection on strategy, I think we've done well in terms certainly on the builds and starting to put things in place for the grow as well, that we certainly stabilizing, but certainly a long way again to go on the build. We've started building, as I spoke about, the infrastructure, capacity in people, leadership, but there's still a lot more. I think on the customer, I forgot to talk about the customer. I think a few things that we've done as well on the customer. We've capacitated our call center. We've bought a new call center infrastructure because you did not have, the POSTBANK did not have that infrastructure. People would call and people had to make notes who called, but now we've got a proper call center infrastructure that keeps a record of the calls and we can track the performance of the call center. We've also capacitated the call center almost double in terms of the people. So we've employed more people within the call center sector. But very proud of the fact that as well, because I think, again, there was a comment in terms of the impact of the post office to the POSTBANK. Yes, there has been. Certainly when the post offices closed, we had to come up with a strategy of how do we ensure that we're still present, our customers can still get hold of us. And therefore, we've worked with retailers, not necessarily the long-term strategy for now, but we've worked with retailers so that, and that strategy was based simply because that's where our customer was going. The customer used to go and still goes today to get their grants at retailers. And therefore, we wanted to be where they're at so that they don't have to spend extra money to try and get hold of us. And as such, we've opened over 300 sites across different retailers. We've partnered with 5 retailers. Again, the 5 was chosen simply because that's where our customers go. So a lot of stuff that we've done in the 2 years, and then when we talk about our financials, and you'll see a little bit more of that. And I think very proud as well that we've been able to reduce our fraud within POSTBANK 80% year on year. That's something that we're really proud of as well. And when we say that, the one thing where that is not necessarily properly reflected is what then we, because we take ownership of this, because we said, because of the annual plan that you draw and you say, I will do these things for this 12 months and you should measure me on and whether I've achieved them. Of that annual plan, I think as we learn, I think we were rather ambitious. I'll talk about some of the things that made us reflect, when you reflect and think we were ambitious in terms of what we committed to the annual plan and also in terms of the strategy. And someone will ask, but shouldn't your strategy speak to your annual plan? It does, but there were some caveats that really threw us off. One of them, for instance, was the card distribution, but we'll talk about that. So maybe let me pause on the annual plan. So unfortunately, we did achieve only 44% of the annual plan versus the 100% that's required, and therefore not a good performance in that sense. And we're working on ensuring that what we commit is cognizant of the total environment and the total operating environment that we find ourselves in. And I think when we wrote this annual plan, we were rather ambitious in some of the things that we thought we could achieve. So why did we not achieve the annual plan? I think the 3 most critical things that we can reflect on was the impact of the card distribution in terms of what it took out of the executives and their absorption, because POSTBANK never had regional presence, and yet now we're creating, because remember, we always relied on the post office, but now we had to go ourselves and manage our own so-called mini branches, and yet we did not have this presence regionally. And that meant that some of our executives had to be a CIO or / regional executive taking care of KZN, because you had to manage the people that we had hired for the project. We hired over 1,000 temps to help us man these sites, and some of them we've kept with us as we now try to create a permanent structure, and hopefully we can convert most of those temps to permanent employees. But we certainly created over 1,000 employment out of the project of card distribution. But we needed leadership. We did hire some team leaders, we did hire some managers for some regions, but we needed executive oversight in terms of that management. But also setting up 350 sites, I think we underestimated the amount of effort that will take in terms of our IT capabilities, because again, we do not have IT presence in terms of support. We relied on SAPO before for that support, but we couldn't now because SAPO was going under business rescue, and that capability and those resources they no longer had in some instances. Therefore, we need to make provision for that, and therefore some of the commitments we made in our APP could not be delivered on because our IT is busy setting up the sites nationally. And that was the one thing. I think, again, I've spoken about the fact that most of the executives that were now finding themselves committed to this 12-month plan joined halfway through the year last year. And we had to choose what we want to focus on and we had to prioritize. Firstly, I think we really wanted to prioritize the variation notice, and yet we'd committed on some of the things like growth in our numbers and customer numbers, growth in in our revenue, and yet we had limitations. Was we also, I think, ambitiously thought we could close the variation notice quite earlier than we did, and therefore we believed that we could start then selling very quickly in terms of bringing more customers in. But of course, that did not pan out as such. The variation notice in terms of card distribution took longer, and we had to accommodate customers because we wanted them to convert to the new black card. But again, these executives, I mean, the CFO only had 1 month as he joined, and yet he had to focus on some results, which you'll see in the audit, that even though some of them were with us halfway through that year, the difference that they made in the organization in terms of the things that they had to focus on was seen. So the IT infrastructure, I think I've spoken about that was really, and because our IT was absorbed in terms of ensuring the variation notice and card distribution was working well, some of the deliverables that you will see under operations as well had dependency on IT, and therefore they couldn't be delivered on. And therefore, that's it really on the strategy and how we performed overall as a business. I'll hand over now to our CFO, Martin, just to take us all through our financials. Martin, over to you.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm just trying to get my video started here. There we go. I think given the fact that we've distributed and shared our detailed annual report containing the annual financial statements, I thought today I'd just focus on the key highlights in terms of the financial performance of PostBank for the 2025 year end. Looking at the slide, I think the first thing that stands out is the return to profitability that our chair mentioned earlier. So we made 110 million rand after tax profit for the year, as compared to a significant loss in 2024 year of 1.3 billion. Just to note, just a little bit of extra color around the loss from 2024 is that did include the final adjustments regarding the write-off of the SAPO receivables in PostBank, hence the significant size of that loss in the prior year. So excellent result for the year. Clean financial statement audit opinion received from the AG. I think that was also for the first time in PostBank's short history. So how did we make this profit of 110 million? So it's attributable to, on the revenue side, not net interest income. So this is our interest income we earn from our investments, less the interest we pay to our depositors. That increased year on year from 617 million in the prior year to 691 million in the current year, due to good investment decisions made by our treasury department. I think the next item is our what's so-called non-interest revenue, and this is the fee type income on a net basis that we earn from providing financial services to our customers. So it's the fees we earn from the customers transacting on their accounts and from the services that we provide to our distribution partners. There we improved our result from 69 million in 2024 up to 148 million in the current year, which was, given the conditions we were operating under, I think an excellent result on a net basis. And some of the key highlights there, despite the fact that our gross revenues reduced year on year, the net result improved, and that was largely attributable to significant change that took place on the 1st of April 2024, so day one of the new FY25 financial year, and that was the discontinuation of so-called cash pay point grant distribution channel method of dispersing funds to clients, which was cash intensive, very costly, high risk, and decision was taken to discontinue that method of distribution from April, which yielded both positive financial results and I think an improved customer experience as well. Just to highlight there, so a little bit more color around the net interest income. So our net margin, which is the net interest income effectively as a percentage of your investable assets, year on year improved from 6.7 up to 7.6%. I think just a forward-looking statement there. I think everyone's aware of the fact that rates are on the decline, so I expect that to be under a bit of pressure in the next financial year. I will then skip the right-hand box, so cost-to-income ratio. So this is a measure of the efficiency of the organization in terms of its operating cost base and how it leverages off that cost base to earn its income. So in the prior year, we were quite high at 149%. That improved significantly down to 67.5% in the current year. So, good focus on cost management by the organization, and obviously also benefited from the higher income. Then just a couple of metrics. So our return on assets ratio was negative in the prior year, given the loss, improved to 1.1%, which is a reasonable rate of return for our entity. Return on equity. So this is effectively the return that we offer to the shareholder. So it's the net profit after tax as a percentage of the net asset value of the entity. That improved from a negative 160% in the prior year up to 52.3% in the current year. So an excellent turnaround there. The next sort of three ratios are sort of, let's say, banking speak. The first one is our capital adequacy ratio. So this is a measure of how your available qualifying regulatory capital covers the so-called risk-weighted asset exposure of the entity. So not the total assets, but a risk-adjusted asset. It's the Reserve Bank, based on Basel international guidelines, sets minimum standards for this, which we do not have to comply with at this point, as we're not a licensed bank. However, we like to track this ratio in terms of our aspirations going forward. So they've given the positive result for the year, which bolsters your available qualifying equity, improved from 0.3 negative up to 2.9% at the end of March 25. The last two ratios on the right-hand side of the slide are so-called liquidity ratios. And these are also ratios that are derived from the Basel international regulations as adopted in South Africa by the Prudential Authority. The first one is the top right LCR, so it stands for liquidity coverage ratio. This is a measure of the bank's liquidity position in so-called short term, so 0 to 30-day forward-looking horizontal window. The minimum requirement globally is 100%. So we're very comfortable in terms of liquidity risk in the short term at 160%, so significantly outperforming the minimum ratio. The item below, NSFR, stands for net stable funding ratio. So this is also a measure of liquidity risk in the entity. This is a longer term ratio, so a liquidity window going forward of up to one year in terms of the time horizon. So here, once again, a minimum requirement is or level to meet is 100%. We're very comfortable once again at 149%. I think maybe some items just I'm going to talk to you off the top of my head, just that are not on this slide because it got a bit busy. Nikki, I'll just stay on that previous slide, so I don't think I'm going to go through all the detail. I think I've covered most of it. Total, just in terms of our balance sheet, total assets year on year was 9.7 billion, which was down from 10.4 at the previous year end. Our equity was positive 263 million relative to 156 at the prior year, and our total liability base, which is predominantly our funding from deposits, decreased from 10.2 billion down to 9.5 billion. I think that sort of summarizes the overall financial position of PostBank quite succinctly at the end of FY25. I think I will call it at that point. I'm sure there will be questions that come from the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And Chair, then the next on the presentation will be our auditor, Wesani, who will share then the presentation around our audit outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with this slide. I think it's slide 79. On the
Is the presentation gone? Is the presentation gone now?
The presentation is still there. You just need to go to slide 79.
Okay. Oh, sorry. 17. Slide 79.
Yeah, I think it's 79.
We don't have a 79.
Down.
But
yeah, there, 27. Apologies.
27.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Mr. Did it move?
No, it didn't move. I think I will start while you're still going there. So on slide 27, we are showing progress over the years in terms of audit opinions. This is an improvement that came through on top of an improvement from disclaimer to qualified last year. We have further maintained an audit opinion and improved to unqualified opinion, which is the first in the existence of POSTBANK, as demonstrated by the 5 years 5 years indicated there, which was a disclaimer. The improvement on the audit opinion also improved in terms of number of material audit findings from 19 audit findings to only 3 findings. Overall, POSTBANK has demonstrated a decline in number of audit findings. Material audit findings affecting the audit report have also reduced by 86%. The only issues that are remaining, which are material audit findings, is the absence of a social and ethics committee, which has since been resolved in March this year when the board was appointed. And then again, the late submission of financial statement and material correction of financial statements, which is not expected to happen in the future, given that this year we managed to finalize the audit within time, which give us sufficient time to prepare for the new financial year in terms of the financial statements that are coming for 2025-2026 financial year. Another material issue that was noted by AGSA was the non-listing in terms of PFMA, which currently POSTBANK is working on ensuring that POSTBANK get listed as a Schedule 2 as per PFMA. I'll move on to the next slide. This slide demonstrates the issues that we have resolved as POSTBANK for us to improve an audit opinion. Last year, the main issue that resulted in unqualified audit opinion was the issue of deposit book reconciliation that needed to be resolved in relation to BioPay. This has since been successfully resolved with no issue from AGSA. That means that the work that POSTBANK has done in fixing the books of POSTBANK going back over 6 years has been successfully resolved. The other issue that was still there was the late submission of financial statements. I've already indicated that this should not be happening going forward, as there's sufficient time now to prepare the financial statements. The issue that we are currently working on to ensure that we resolve the issue relating to SCM, expenditure management and consequence management. These issues were led mainly by the issue of capacity and skills, and also the issues of governance. In relation to the issue of governance, the policy and the terms of reference, the revision of that is already at an advanced stage, and the bank is also working on capacitating the SCM department. In relation to the SCM or procurement audit findings that were raised by the AGSA, all of those issues were referred for investigation. We have since received the audit report on that and will be subsequently taking them through the consequence management to ensure that these issues don't recur going forward. I'll move on to the next slide. This slide, it's in relation to the material irregularities that POSTBANK find themselves resolving. Coming from 2021-2022 financial year, there are no material irregularities that have been raised by AGSA in the past 3 years. These are old material irregularities that were not taken seriously in the past. The administrator, the past administrator and the current board have been implementing this recommendation to ensure that we get a resolution of these issues. In relation to material irregularity 1 and material irregularity 2, these are more issues that are related to cut management and the IT issues that were existing within POSTBANK. These issues have fully been implemented, the recommendations that were raised by AGSA, and the submission has been done to the AGSA. We are currently waiting for AGSA to give us feedback in terms of closure of this finding on their side. Furthermore, material irregularity 4 is related to 1 and 2. Here, the issue that was integral to material irregularity 4, which is the IGPS system, we have since taken out the system out of the environment of POSTBANK since September 2024. We have also terminated all the related contracts relating to IGPS. So any issue relating to IGPS, we don't expect it to be a problem within the environment of POSTBANK going forward. We will be providing an update to AGSA around the controls that we have implemented on this, and doing this submission will ensure the resolution of this material irregularity 4. Material irregularity 3, it's in relation to SASSA penalty on the issues going back into 2021 as well. These issues happened at the time when SAPO was still in control of the MSA, and this letter was issued to SAPO. However, this penalty was pushed down to POSTBANK. Hence, we are currently trying to resolve these issues. We have referred this issue for investigation. We have since finalized the investigation. That investigation report, we have started implementing the recommendation of it. We have done 2 submissions on the 7th of October and also on the 16th of October to AGSA in terms of how are we resolving this issue in terms of implementing consequence management on the recommendation from AGSA. I will leave it there, and that brings to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Misani. And that's it from our side, Chair. And maybe just to emphasize 2 points. Certainly, the performance in terms of compliance, governance, people, financials has been great in POSTBANK. The APP might not reflect that, but certainly in terms of strategic movements, we are definitely turning around the business. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you to Chairperson of POSTBANK and to the team for your very comprehensive presentation. Yes, the performance of, I think, 44% does give one the impression and must be understood in the context. And I think it's important that we understand the context. And from what I gathered, is I think you were over-ambitious in your expectations, given the fact that you had this entire rollout or migration to the black cards that needed to take place. And I think that was largely around that space there. You may have been too ambitious around that. But honorable members, that is a presentation from POSTBANK. Another one of those entities that we have been monitoring very, very closely. And as I wait for hands to recognize you, maybe let me just appreciate some of the positives that I noted, and that is compliment the team that you now have a full board with over 150 years experience in the banking sector, that your relationship with the regulator has improved, that you moved from a disclaimer to a qualified last year and this year to an unqualified. And that, we've noted that for the past 24 months, you've provided an uninterrupted service to your major client, and that is the SASSA grantees. Honorable Bodlani, I see your hand is up. Let me recognize you.
If I could just bring the presentation down so I can see my face.
Can we take the presentation off, please?
Chair, I think the story of POSTBANK remains a story that needs to really be told, a story about how the current cohort of the leadership has managed to turn around the institution. Are we where POSTBANK is supposed to be? No, we are not. But it would be amiss of us to not commend the progress that has been made so far. I'm not going to be long, Chair, because I'm going to also ask you to excuse me at 10 to 12 because I have another meeting happening at 12. But I just want to touch on the soft issues, Chairperson. I'm really excited that the last time we spoke, I can't even remember whether it was post office, but there was an issue about wellness. So I do welcome the report by the CE that there has been a wellness progress that has been put in place. These are the soft issues that we neglect to talk about, that as much as we will talk about laying people off and the rents and cents, at the heart of this, it's people who must run this machinery. And in the same breath, Chair, I think one of the things that is prevalent in South Africa, and this is based on the report that on the number of workforce that is growing at the POSTBANK. Are we doing proper contract management that when a time comes that some of the people that are in the call center, for example, or other roles are not absorbed into the organization, they would have been properly appraised on how far their contract goes? Because the culture in South Africa is that as people just take their own expectation as a promise by the employer. How are we doing in terms of managing contracts? And the issue of office space, I don't know if we have an update on that. I remember the last time we spoke, you were still going to look for the office space, and I did not see any line item on rentals or anything like that. If you could just speak to us on that. See, I'm really confused about the relationship with SASSA. You come to the portfolio committee and you report that you have provided outstanding service to DSD. But when you listen to the minister of DSD and on how she perceives POSTBANK, it's a different matter altogether. It really sounds like two ships passing in the night, where one says, but I'm doing outstanding work, and the other one says, but I'm firing you. And I know this is not the focus of what you are bringing to the portfolio committee, but in the interest of taking South Africans along, especially those that remain in your books as clients, to say, what is your position so far? If you could just speak to that, because I don't think you have quite had the audience that the minister has had in the DSD portfolio committee through you, Chairperson. I think it would help just set the record straight and maybe amplify the points that they have made, that they have provided stellar service to SAPO. So I'm not even going to ask that as a question because I wouldn't even know what to ask. And what interventions have there been between the post office and the DSD, if there has been any, that they would be able to share with us. And as you answer that question, I'm also lost to say, this week, Minister at DSD was talking about the card replacements. What is the status of the black cards? Are you still issuing the black cards? especially considering that you have also spoken about the variation notices from the regulator. So a person who walks into a post office, a post bank, and they open a bank account, how secure is the card that you are issuing them? And is it the black card? Has there been any enhancements to the security of the black cards since the last massive rollout that we just recently saw? If you could just maybe speak to us on that. I think as you also speak on the issue of the DSD relationship, if you could also speak to us about how you are managing your brand on their reputation to ensure that you sustain the clients that you have, to make sure that people understand that you are still a trusted institution, and how are you going to rise above the noise? Because at the end of the day, I don't think a bailout or any assistance from the state would be anything I would support. To say, I would love to hear more on how you intend to remain sustainable and stand on your own 2 feet, and maybe shake off the label of being a state bank, but being a bank that is fit for purpose to really be a standalone bank. Because for me, that is the only way that you are going to thrive. So long as you attach yourself to the concept of being a state bank, there will always be that reputation that says, you know, that you don't need to work as hard because there's a potential of a bailout. So let me stop there, Chairperson, and really ask you to excuse me at 10 to 12. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also,
Thank you
people at Postbank don't greet, they just jump into the presentation. Good morning, Postbank.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani and Honorable Kalisha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the leadership and delegation of PostBank. Chair, the report shows such a drastic, loss of its customers, of the customers of the PostBank.
The sound is not very clear, Honorable Kalisha. You need to speak closer to your device, please.
Can you hear me now?
You can continue, please.
Okay, cool. Let me hope that you hear me better now, Chairperson.
Yes, I can hear you better. It's much better.
Okay, I'm saying, Chair, the report shows such a drastic, loss of customers, that of the Postbank, and that is such a disaster for a bank who's, because I think we all know that the reason for existence is to serve the masses, and they continue to lose, those very masses that they are supposed to be servicing. I do note, Chair, I don't want to sound like I'm not noting. I do note that they reported net profit of about over 100 million, right? It's a significant improvement from the 1 billion loss. It is. So I note that. However, this was not achieved through organic growth. I don't want us to be made to believe that this was achieved through organic growth, because that's not the case, or improved service delivery also. It's none of that. And Chair, I think the elimination of fines and penalties, again, is the end of a negative, but not a creation of positive per se. I really don't see it as such. Even the reduced customer base, fewer customers, the transaction costs and service demands naturally just fell. So the reality is that the bank's profitability is fragile and not built on a sustainable and growing business model, That's the sense I'm getting, that there's no sustainable growing business model here. It is a result of a lot of things, which include the cost cutting and the recovering from a prior disaster. So I see and acknowledge the improvement in the audit outcome, as the CEO was saying, to unqualified audit opinion. They highlighted that, but I think the underlying issues remain severe, Chair. The fact that there is still a legacy issue haunting the bank 3 years later indicates such a failure for me to achieve a clean break. But I really see that the bank struggles. It really struggles to show that it is fully emancipated itself from the dysfunctional South African Post Office. And maybe the questions asked by Honorable Bodlani, especially about the black cards, maybe it will, bring some clarity on the issues also I need responses to. But this dependency, has been the historical anchor holding back their performance and integrity. So that's just the sense I get, Chairperson. But maybe to ask a few questions, I've got like 3 of them. I see that the report acknowledges a loss of 1.5 million customers. And these primarily are SASSA grant recipients, right, due to the card replacement project. So how does the board reconcile its claim of positive customer experience and delivering on its developmental mandate with this mass exclusion of the most vulnerable South Africans? Because then they are presenting to us that, there is success, which some of it we see, So I want to know, do they even have a plan, to win back these customers that they have lost? And for me, there's a contradiction in strategy here, Chair. The stabilize and build phase involves spending over 500 million on IT system, Given the drastic reduction in their customer base, how then do they justify the massive capital expenditure to the taxpayers? So what I'm saying is that I'm interested to find out if they are building a bank for 4 million people, or they're building a system in the hope that the people will return. I just need a clarity on that. And the CEO report admits, Chair, that for most of the year, key positions like CFO and CIO, I'm not sure of the other one, were vacant or were only recently filled. So how do they claim to have built a right leadership when they didn't have, the executive team? And maybe if they can clarify to us if they have any way to ensure that there's no leadership vacuum, because there's always like just a leadership vacuum. How are they going to make sure that they don't have any of those vacuums? And maybe the last one, Chair, with 12 of the 16 outstanding audit findings related to the supply chain management, I just want to understand what is the specific actions that the board is taking to root out the corruption, and the incompetence or in the supply chain, because there's a problem. All the entities that came in before us, there is a problem with supply chain management. So I just am interested in that of the POSTBANK. What is it that they're doing to make sure that they root out the incompetence that there is and the corruption that that there is, Chairperson? And with maybe the last one, with the bank now focusing on financial stability? Do they have any measures that are being put in place to ensure that the banking fees, things like the banking fees and the cost for the poor do not increase? Is there a plan to ensure that our people have got access to affordable financial services without necessarily having to pay for all these increases? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Delisha. Honorable Shabele. Honorable Shabele.
Yeah, I won't be able to ask now. Just give me a few minutes. I'll be able to ask the next question.
Okay, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, most of the points have been covered. I would just like to amplify one thing, is that I also have a serious concern about the standard levels, the level of standard and service that is being provided to clients and the loss of customers, because that definitely doesn't gel. I would also like to find out, with the exodus of clients, SASSA clients, over the last number of years, what is the plan for the bank to actually increase its clients from outside SASSA? Because if it's going to be sustainable, that is something it has to do. Now, I understand it's in a period of stability, stabilizing the organization, but we are losing clients. We're not stabilized in terms of maintaining that number of clients that we have. So that is a serious concern that I actually have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Chavala, are you in a position to ask your question now? So I'm going to take that, Honorable Shabala, you're not ready to ask your questions, and maybe let me just deposit my concerns. Maybe Team POSTBANK, based on the questions that are arising surrounding the exodus of customers that needs to be explained, and maybe really to put it simply, why should someone bank at POSTBANK? And linked to that, maybe you want to explain what is the difference between a POSTBANK and another private bank account, particularly to the underserved South Africans. So why should someone bank at Nedbank? I mean, at POSTBANK? One way of insulating the dependency on a single client, which is very dangerous in any business, and that is the SASSA grant, is to look at other revenue streams, and Honorable Singh has alluded to that. How then do you mitigate or insulate yourself or protect yourself from the dependency to a single client? And maybe in that regard, and then build your other revenue income or your service fee income, then maybe which other government departments would you say are within your mandate, almost similar to SASSA? Which other government department contracts would you love to have, which then will strengthen your business? And then that's something that this committee then becomes, your agent or your supporter for, because we need to actively find alternative revenue streams. We need to break away from this dependency on just one contract, whilst at the same time ensuring that we provide an excellent service. But dependency on just a single contract is dangerous. So maybe that's a question. Within the portfolio of government clients, where would you say are there some clients you would love to have, or low-hanging fruits? With over 500 million spent on IT infrastructure, you still underperformed on that that target, how do you then justify this expenditure, and what measurable benefit has that delivered to you so far? Your cost to income ratio has improved to 67.5%, but this is still significantly higher. And it's an unfair comparison, but it's still higher than our average bank, which is around about 50.5%. Maybe then the question will be, what further efficiencies would you then want to target to improve, to become more competitive? What is the contributing portion of the fact that POSTBANK hasn't received its commercial license? And maybe with Reserve Bank fourth variation notice in place, what are the remaining obstacles to obtaining this full commercial banking license? And maybe what's your projected timeline to that? I've covered the issue of service fees. And maybe talk to us about your subsequent to year-end achievements in terms of both profitability. We are now 7 months with October into the new FY. Perhaps you may have the 6 months unaudited accounts available. Maybe if you give us a glimpse of as the client came before, your entity came, SAPO indicated to us they made an 88 million loss in the 6 months. Do you know what your net position is for the 6 month ended September? Let me just check if Honorable Shabaleng is ready to engage. Honorable Shabaleng? So we're going to take that as a legacy.
Let me take a pass on this one. I won't be able to engage properly.
Maybe
I'll do written questions. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Shabaleng. Let me hand back to you, Chairperson, to lead the responses.
Thanks, Chair. I'll probably ask the CE2, because a lot of this is what we've had a number of strategic engagements, and there are issues that we're actually currently handling. So I'm going to ask CE to start, and she can decide if other members of the team, and then I'll come at the end, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chair of the committee. Chair, maybe let's start about where we're at now, because we like speaking in presentations where we can't call out these numbers. So I'm going to ask my CFO to quickly maybe share our financials where we're at now. Martin, do you want to quickly do that, and then I can take the rest of the questions?
Sure, just getting on camera here again. So this is the Q2 year-to-date result that you see in the first column, our detailed income statement. So bottom line, we're reflecting a profit for the half year of 70.4 million after tax. So I think that's, our net interest income is performing strongly relative to our budget. We're under pressure with regards to the non-interest revenue, for the reasons that have already been mentioned, and our operating expenditure is, well under control, let's say. So I think that's, where we are. Our deposit base has improved from 9 billion at the end of the last financial year up to about 9.4 billion. So, positive trend in that regard. I think that sort of summarizes roughly where we are currently.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Okay, so I wanted to share that because I prefer these things rather to be shared on the to speak to them rather than us just calling these numbers without people seeing them. So I'll deal with a few of the questions, and hopefully I don't forget any. Please, if I do, remind me. It is not anything, but also again, maybe sharing using presentations as well, it helps. So maybe let's talk about the customer base in POSTBANK, because I think that was the one question that came across from all members. So POSTBANK is not 100% reliant on SASSA. We have a combination of customers, and I'm sharing the slide in front in terms of how overall we have over 5 million customers. Half of those are SASSA, half of those are not SASSA customers. They are what we call core customers. Chair, the slide is showing.
Yes, it's showing.
Oh, yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for that confirmation. So we do business for other government businesses. For instance, we do business for EPWP and the ECDOT government in the Eastern Cape. And truly here, what we do is to ensure that we stick to our mandate. We bank people, ensure we give them a card, ensure that the process of them receiving their salaries, receiving their stipend, that it does not go in a manual process, but rather they get an account with them to do that. Therefore, we have that combination. And of course, what we call our core customers, there's 2.3 customers. Those are customers that have transactional accounts with us. Either they have a normal transactional account or they actually keep their deposits with us. And in fact, all of our depositors, most of them certainly are non-SASSA customers. So maybe let's start there. And then the question was, we've lost customers. POSTBANK certainly has lost customers. It's unfortunate that, and indeed a lot of customers. But then now it becomes almost a chicken and egg, because I think the one member was saying, well, you're investing and yet you're losing customers. But maybe let's talk about why we lost customers, and therefore, how do you turn around this situation to ensure that this service that you've guaranteed, as the member rightfully says, you guaranteed a service. Are you providing that service? Because you're saying you're providing it, but you're losing customers. But we must always remember that most of those customers have been with POSTBANK for years. At some point, a customer gets sick of the service that they're receiving, and therefore they will leave the bank. And I think the history of how we lost customers is that customers have left the bank, certainly before this past 2 years, because of service. That is not something we can run away from. The second thing of the reasons why we lost customers, SASSA did a re-evaluation of who qualifies for a grant. And last year, if not early last year, they reduced their total base by 5 million, which affected all banks across. And POSTBANK lost almost about 2 million in that 5 million. I think just over 2 million were POSTBANK customers, certainly POSTBANK and the other bank that had also a majority of the or a bigger slice of the cake like us. So we both lost because they did that evaluation, and rightfully so on their side, because they were assessing if this is a ghost, if this is someone who qualifies, not a ghost really, if it is someone who really qualifies for a grant. And therefore they did that cleanup, but that meant that we lost customers. We did lose customers, unfortunately, during the card distribution. Certainly, I think there was a lot of confusion, unfortunately, with some customers. I think because if you recall, the previous card that we gave to the customers said SASSA. And I think as soon as we introduced the black card, some customers kind of did not understand that, and we own that. We own that in terms of, could we have communicated better? Absolutely. We always say that we perhaps could have communicated better, that some customers, and certainly when we started then kind of wanting to force them to come forward, and when I say force, meaning that we were creating a sense of urgency, rather, let me not use the word force, by communicating the urgency and also the deadline. Some customers then opted, because I think they got confused and said, look, they're no longer going to be SASSA, therefore I can go bank anyway. And POSTBANK relationship with SASSA is ending, let me go bank somewhere else. So that was the history. But now what we are doing is to ensure that we don't lose customers going forward. We ensure that we build what customers expect of us. So the 500 million we've built is to do that. And I think we've listed the things that we've invested in this 500 million. We've talked about the call center. We've talked about the 300 sites, over 300 sites that we've put nationally. We've talked about the people that we've hired in terms of ensuring that we mend those sites. We've talked about the capacity that we've increased within the call center. We've talked about the core banking systems. I think I go back to this slide because I didn't read everything, but some of the investment were core banking systems, because we've talked about the history that we've had, that we used to rely on systems that were post office systems. We have now moved to tier 4, tier 5 say data centers, which is not something that was there. We have a consolidated core banking system that is a banking core system. I think when my colleague spoke earlier about the IGPS, which was the integrated grant payment system, that the previous leadership bought, but there was not necessarily a banking system that led to the fraud that we saw in POSTBANK. It meant that we had to decommission that and put a proper banking system. We've done that. That's where we spent our money. Again, the question is that how do you see the return on your investment that you've done? In so many ways. One, we have kept our license. POSTBANK, when we joined, was at the risk of losing the license to actually even issue card. We have maintained to keep that license. We talked about that we've dealt with all compliance issues when it comes to the variation notice. When someone says they've dealt with compliance issues, remember, compliance most of the time means that there is an infrastructural issue that you need to deal with and you need to improve. When we talk about us now being PCI, DSS, EMV compliant, PASA requirement compliant, that was all investment in our IT infrastructure. We've built a new front-end system. We've brought in a compliant switching system. We've brought in, I've talked about the core banking system. We've moved to a proper data center. That is all within that 500 million of things that we've done. And we've seen the return on investment. When these entities stamp your bank, because again, I think another member said, you need to ensure that you are same par as everyone else. And luckily for us, that's what is required for everyone. As the regulator requires it, you must be stamped that you are EMV compliant, which just means the MasterCard and Visa and Europay stamped so that you can use a recognized card that even if you're allowed can work overseas. Our black card is that card. It is of course locked that it can't work overseas because that's the agreement that we have in SASSA, but we could easily open it. So we had to bring in Visa as our issuer as well, and Visa had to stamp that card and say this card is compliant. Our card has been stamped as being compliant. When we say the Payment Association of South Africa, for you to operate and say I have a card, there are rules for you to operate within this payment system in South Africa, and if you don't abide by those rules and you don't comply with the compliance that they require, which is again infrastructural investment, then they chase you out of that payment system. We have been compliant and we've been stamped as compliant. When we talk about PCI DSS, that is compliance that you have to put in place in terms of how your systems moved, how they locked, how the access to those systems is protected, because PCI just talks about how you protect the data of the customer, which then you see as a result. I think I reported that we've seen an 80% year-on-year reduction on our fraud, and therefore that's another way you can see that the investments have been made. And I think that we certainly can explain the investment of 500,000 and the fact that the customers have gone. It's because most of it is historical. And I think earlier Ivan said in POSTBANK every month it used to be an event because customers will go through such difficulty to access their grant. And the fact that we can now proudly say for 2 years consecutively, that has not happened. And when we speak about the penalties, again, that's us saying we can prove we're not only stamping ourselves, someone else is stamping us and saying we have performed, because SASSA used to give us penalties when we did not perform. And therefore we can stand proudly and say we haven't received penalties for 2 years, because that's a stem from someone else saying we can see your progress and therefore you did not deserve to be penalized. And therefore that is within that context. Therefore that's how we can show the return on our investment that we've made within the business. I think we've shared that. Are there room, are we working to ensure that we grow? Certainly. I think one of the things that we did not achieve in our APP, we certainly put there, if you go to our APP, we talk about the customer. we put targets here for ourselves here to actually, we targeted 2 businesses that we wanted to bring in this year, which we went into conversation. One of them is NEFSAS, one of them is more EPWP. We've met, for instance, in NEFSAS, we've met with the acting CEO, we've sent our proposal, we've talked about how we can move forward. We're about to move now into a stage of maybe having a pilot. But unfortunately, NEFSAS, we know that they were also going through their own challenges, and therefore those conversations took longer because they had a change in leadership. They were settling, they had court cases that they had to deal with, which I think they're still dealing with. But we then offered ourselves to say, look, we'll do a pilot so that you can see our service. And then when you are ready to make a decision, and then you would have seen us. So at least now we've convinced them to go that route as we try to progress. The EPWP, we've met with the Deputy Minister on that side. He has engaged with us. He has shown us how this thing works and who do we need to talk to. That you can't necessarily talk at the ministry level because they distribute those funds, and then those funds are used by where they distribute it. So now we are integrating ourselves with the people who actually receive the fund, because for us, again, it is about banking the individual. It is not running after the fund. It is ensuring that this person receives that grant in a dignified manner, and then they come into the financial, they financially included. So that was one. That was another one that unfortunately it's a longer conversation. Therefore, that there's definitely, in terms of the depositors, we are talking to the stockfile committees as we try to bank even more stockfiles. I think everyone will know that's over 8 billion, if I recall correctly, business in South Africa. So we want a bigger chunk and bigger slice of that, and therefore we are engaging. And again, these conversations take longer in terms of the conversation. So we certainly are looking to diversify ourselves even more so that we don't have a high reliance on one customer, because it will be a risk. But I certainly think at least we've shown that we are diversified, because half of our customers are SASSA and half are non-SASSA customers. And by the way, we are working as well very hard. One of the reasons why we invest in this infrastructure, because you make money out of a customer in 2 ways. Well, either it's new money that you make out of a customer, or new money or new customer, or you make more money out of the current customer. So the systems that we're putting in place is to ensure that our customers have the ability to transact with us even better. Therefore, the bank can make money. And therefore, remember, always when the bank makes money, the state makes money, and that money actually rotates back to the individuals, because then the state makes money, they can invest it back to the state. So for us, when we say we're making money, it is not a profit focused idea, but it is about the state and also going back to help a South African. So that's the feedback around the customer, around sustainability of the business, around how we're working. And again, there was a question in terms of how we've made our money. I think we've shared that because in terms of our profit, as we've shared in the slides. I'm just trying to go back to it, that I think perhaps we missed this, that our profit is not because we've just saved on cost. Yes, we've saved on cost because that's the right way to run a business, and it's correctly so, but not to say that. I think one member said it, I think it was Ms. Singh said it when SAPO was presented, said you can't save yourself to profitability. Absolutely the right statement. So we're mindful of, you cannot save, you need to invest to make money, but you need to account for that money efficiently. Hence, we share our cost to income, and I'll come to you, Chair, when you say it's still too high. But certainly, I think let's look at how we're bringing revenue. POSTBANK has almost doubled their revenue. It's therefore, when you see our profit, it's not because we've just saved. We've brought in more revenue into the business in terms of how, because like I said, you could lose customers, but you could make more money out of the customers that you have, which is the organic growth. Actually, this actually shows the organic growth, because we couldn't grow our customers, as you rightfully say. I think, Ms. Felicia, we haven't grown our customer. So this is actually a symbol of organic growth, the fact that we could grow income and yet we haven't grown the customer, which means we can make more out of the customers that we have, as much as we grow the other customers that are non-core. So I hope I've answered holistically around the customer, around the future, around sustainability of the bank. So let me go back line by line. Ms. Bodlani asked around contract management, certainly around the people. Certainly, we're very mindful, Ms. Bodlani, in terms of ensuring, hopefully she's still on the call, ensuring that the people who've contracted, we take care of them, we inform them of the contracts. But certainly from our side, we do want a longer term with these individuals. It'll be sad for us to hire them only to lose them, but there's still work to be done. But they certainly, if nothing else, they're learning good skills in working with us. And like I said, we've retained them now for longer as we renew some of the contracts. Office space, this one is one I'm very happy to take all the blame in terms of it has taken longer. It is unexcusable, but for some reason it has been difficult. We were certainly about to sign, or rather we thought we've got something, but we didn't. It didn't work out. So we're back in the market again with office space. So it has been a very difficult one. But we at some point, we were about to sign with IDC. They dropped us again last minute and said they were going to give the building. We had signed the contract, by the way, and I think that's really the history of this. We were about to move into a contract, into a space, sign the contract, had the plans drawn out as we were working with the IDC, but unfortunately they dropped us last minute, and they said I think the SARS or National Treasury wanted to use the space, and therefore they can't give us the one office block because the SARS or National Treasury wanted to use the whole office space. So we had to go back to the drawing table. And I think the challenge with POSTBANK is that we don't even have furniture. So us looking for space, and I think now we've made peace that we're going to have to look for empty space where we're going to have to manufacture furniture, which might mean again longer term. As we, in fact, now we're even talking to SAPC to see if they might have space in there, or as we're looking within the department, the other entities that might have bigger space. So we certainly are trying to get back into office space, even temporary. So we are speaking to other departments to see which departments might have space, a floor that they might lend us, but with furniture. But we certainly, I think this one, we certainly haven't done that well. And I think Ms. Bodlani also asked about the SASSA relationship and why it seems like there's two polar opposite views around performance. For us, we've always stood by one thing. SASSA penalizes us when we don't perform. They haven't penalized us for 2 years. And by the way, every year, every month, SASSA penalized POSTBANK before these 2 years. So we certainly have performed. The view that, and I won't speak for the minister, but certainly I think the one thing that we've done, we have gone to DSD ministry, their portfolio committee, to share these things. And I think in that committee, it went well in our view in terms of sharing. In fact, DSD went even one step further, as I answer around the black card and its compliance, went one step further and invited the SAP to talk about where is POSTBANK on this variation notice, what's happening with the black card, and that is a public information, that feedback by SAP on DSD's to DSD on POSTBANK's journey and the variation notice is public, because again, us when we speak, we always say we like someone else, not so that it doesn't sound like it's only us, but the feedback ensured that they were very happy with our progress. There's some room. They confirmed our black card is working until expiry, and it is working. I think there was a question, what's happening? We can't issue to new people on the black card, but certainly our black card is working. And if you lose those who are still using the gold card, or you lose the black cards, let's say you came earlier to get the new card and you lose it, we are allowed to issue you the black card that we have. And I think that should be proof enough that there's nothing wrong with the card. Even the one person who did not manage to come and swap by March, the March 31st of March, they didn't come forward to swap their gold card. Should they lose that card now, the Reserve Bank has given us the right to give them the black card, the new black card. So that says that new black card is working and there's nothing wrong with the new black card. I think again on the SASSA relationship, it is unfortunate, and I think again our view with the SASSA, and I think this, when I answer this, it's going to answer I think the chair's question around what's different for a customer with POSTBANK. Why should they bank with POSTBANk? Our view on the relationship that certainly it should be sustainable, and I think again Ms. Delisha also asked a question relating to this. Our view is that it should be sustainable because yes, Ms. Delisha asked that what's happening with customer fees. And what are we doing? Ms. Delisha, that's exactly why we're fighting for the MSA. We are fighting for the MSA not because of POSTBANK. Like I said, this is POSTBANK, this is where we're at. And by the way, as SASSA says, and we would have the right that should we lose the MSA, as SASSA says, sometimes says, just go and charge the customer. And we say, no, but we don't want to. We do not believe that. There should certainly be a difference between a public owned bank and a bank that is owned by privately. And I always make what sounds like a very stupid but very real example. I say the government has a responsibility, and that's why government today will offer a public hospital, they'll offer a public school. A customer will always have a choice to go to private, but government sees their responsibility to say, I will give you the minimum, not even the minimum, the access to this. And I think it has been proven that financial inclusion exists. It has a direct line to economic freedom and economic alleviation. And that's why the government, in its plans, has a view that they must have a bank that is owned by the state that has a different mandate from the private sector. So surely we cannot then, the answer now today be, well, just go charge them like any other bank. So to your answer then, to your question, Chair and Mr. Delisha, the difference between POSTBANK and other banks is that the POSTBANk is the only bank where a customer has an option to get their grant free. So our customer, when they go to our partner retailers, they have the full access to their grant. No other bank offers that. Other banks will either charge you a monthly fee, and when they say it's free, it's because they're not charging you the monthly fee, but you can best guarantee that they charge you when you withdraw. That's how banking. I come from banking. I have over 20 years in banking. That's how banking poses their structure. They say free banking. That means you're not paying the monthly set fee, but they get their fee out of the transactional fee that they charge you as you transact. No other bank gives the beneficiary a free access to their full grant. Yes, our customer, when they go to a channel that is not necessarily ours, but they're allowed to go because the card can go through an ATM. So when they use an ATM from the other bank will charge them for using their ATM. And therefore, but that's why we've partnered with the retailers to ensure that the customer has those retailers, 5 retailers, so that nationally a person has the choice to go and withdraw for the retailer and have a face-to-face interaction. And for the SRD, we work with the sponsor shops where they get the full access as well to their grant. And therefore, that's our strategy that we do. And then there were questions. There was question. I've answered card replacement brand. We certainly are working on the brand. It probably requires a lot of funding as well to work with it, but we're working with what we have. We certainly are out there changing the view of our brand, but absolutely a lot more can be done, as Ms. Bodani was saying. We've talked about the 500 stability. Missing was loss of customers. I think I've touched on that, and the plan to increase. And Chair, you talked about what other businesses are we looking at, and are they measurable benefits in terms of what we spent 500 million. I think I've talked to that. I think the only one was the cost to income. Yes, Chair, it is likely. They normally say a good business will operate between 40 and 50%. So, but a business that is in the growth phase, that's actually the range that they will operate in, because as you're in growth phase, you are investing, you are spending, and therefore your cost to income ratio will probably go towards 70%. So that's why it's still looking good, as long as at least we keep it around at least below 7%. commercial license, I think the biggest requirement for a commercial license was the rest of it are all, do you have the right infrastructure as we build? And we certainly need to build more around infrastructure. The policies and all of that are in place and what have you. But the biggest thing that we need for the commercial license, doesn't matter if we have the infrastructure or anything, if we don't get the capital injection so that we can meet the SAP's requirement to meet the capital adequacy ratio, if we don't get that injection, doesn't matter, we will not get the license. No matter how ready we are, whether our IT is top of the range, but if we don't get this investment, with a shareholder will give to their business to go, this is the investment, so that, because every bank is required to keep a minimum amount of capital so that they can, if you should the customers, so that you don't infringe into the customer's funds. And that's the simplest way that I'm explaining this, but that's what it is. And what we will need, we have projected 2 years. We are in that 2 years now in terms of that license application, and I think we certainly, in terms of what we have control over, we probably over 50% in terms of what we can do. I hope, Chair, I've answered. There was one question around supply chain. I just wanted to clarify our supply chain issues that you're seeing from the AG are not corruption. We are not corruption related at all. They are, but certainly if we don't deal with them, I can say this. If we don't deal with them, it will mean that we don't close the gap where corruption can happen. So I'm not taking away from that, but it's not. What AG has identified in terms of the findings is they did not identify corruption, or else we would have never even gotten this audit outcome if that was related. But it's AG saying improve your terms of reference, improve your committees, improve your skills, improve, for instance, in terms of how the time you take between the controls of how you put, so that you prevent from anything that might lead to corruption in the future. So we certainly have to do that work. We identify that, and we started certainly answering to board on we presented even on our AGM, as our AGM said, what is a turnaround strategy for our supply chain department? We presented that plan to our AGM. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, CEO, and thank you to the team of POSTBANK for that, again, very comprehensive and detailed responses. Honorable members, I think we'd leave it here with POSTBANK. I think we can conclude by saying that they answered the question that I had asked about what is the subsequent to year-end performance, and we've seen, I think they're tracking at about 74 million. That should take you to about 150 million for FY 2026. So I think, and CEO has emphasized that is due to organic growth. Let's park it there, and we noted, CEO, that your plea that the investment by the shareholder is necessary for us to see the realization of your commercial license, and through that the establishment of a bank that hopefully will serve the underserved of our communities. Let us once again thank you and appreciate the hard work that you and your team, led by the chairperson, have been doing for us. And despite difficult circumstances, we commend you and we appreciate you. And as a committee, we continue to remain supporters to assist you and aid you to achieve the ultimate vision of being a fully fledged bank that serves the underserved and the most needy of our communities and our South Africans. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honorable members, there was a presentation by the POSTBANK. I usually would have halted at 1 p.m. for a break. So we have got FPB to go. They are one of the smallest entities, or the smaller entities, which I think with the exceptionally great news. So let us invite them. I know POSTBANK has really always takes up a lot of my time. They've taken more than an hour in the presentation and in the original presentation. So maybe let me invite the team from the FPB to present to us, being mindful of the time. that I would like us to break at about 1:15 or 1:10, and I think we do have sufficient time to take the presentation in 20 minutes and engage it. So let me just invite the chairperson of the board of POSTBANK, and that's led by Mr. Lionel Adenhoff. Board chairperson, let me welcome you together with your team from FPB to do your presentation. And I'd appreciate if your presentation, Chair, is limited to about 20 minutes. And I think given the compactness of your presentation, I'm sure you would be able to do that for us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, NEMISA always tries to do it within 10 minutes. And it is NEMISA that is...
Oh, sorry, NEMISA. Why am I got FPB? My apologies, NEMISA.
And that I am representing. Hold on just 1 second for me, Chair. I just need to get to it. Assalamu alaikum, Chairperson and all members. I also wish to extend...
Sorry, let me apologize. Let me apologize for that. I don't know why I'm seeing FPB. So this is the chairperson of NEMISA for the record. I must apologize. Mr. Lionel Adenhoff, the chairperson of NEMISA. NEMISA is involved in an important element of our ecosystem, and that is largely around skilling our people. In one aspect, we are seized as a portfolio committee in creating a digitally connected environment. But that would be of zero value to our South Africans if we don't skill them and create those opportunities. So NEMISA is that entity of ours that is tasked with doing that. Over to you, Chairperson.
Assalamu alaikum, Chairperson and all members. I also wish to extend greetings to the DG and all the DDGs who are in attendance. Chair, it is always a great privilege to update the Standing Committee on NEMISA's performance and to share some insights into our operations. More importantly, it allows us to engage with you and use this engagement to fine-tune our plans while enabling you to provide valuable oversight over the entity. In our presentation to be delivered by our CEO, Mr. Trevor Ramitlwa, who will be supported by our recently appointed CFO, Mr. Solomon Mpakati, on the financials, you will note that NEMISA has achieved 100% of its predetermined objectives, and for the third consecutive year, Chair, has achieved a clean audit. In line with your suggestion during our last year's presentation that we scale and massify our reach, Chair, you would note that we have exceeded our 60,000 target to train learners on digital literacy, and we also exceeded our target on the number of learners trained in digital technologies by almost 80%. More than that, we have also maintained key partnerships that include our collabs at 8 universities, and we have expanded our training delivery to 15 TVET colleges, now reaching 80% of all TVETs, with vigorous plans to expand into community education and training colleges in the current financial year. I will now hand over to our CEO, who will present a summary of our annual performance, and the CFO, Mr. Mpakati, who will then unpack the financials, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll switch on my video and share the presentation. If I may be allowed, please, through you, Chairperson, to be able to share the presentation. Thank you. I think the administrators will assist with that.
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I can see I'm now enabled. I will just get to the presentation. I hope you can see, Chairperson.
Yes, we can see.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to send my greetings to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the chairpersons and colleagues from the various entities. I'll move on to the next slide. Chair, in the period under review, we were guided by the vision, which is a digitally transformed society with the impact statement that says accelerated use of digital technologies to improve the quality of life. And I think these are the highlights and some challenges for the year. The chairperson has really touched on the highlights mostly. It's only to say that we incurred a deficit of 3.5 million for the year ended 31 March 2025, and the CFO will unpack that when we get to the financial section. So also this is just a summary of how we performed over the year, and it's 100% achievement of all the 19 predetermined targets. Now going into the actual targets themselves in terms of performance, in our program one, which is administration, Chairperson, we were looking at achieving a 60% of employee satisfaction rating, and we have been able to achieve 63% of that. And also we were aiming to ensure that there's zero repetitive audit findings, and we were able to achieve that, and that we also have a board evaluation concluded, which we were able to achieve. Also, percentage network uptime, since we do a lot of online learning as well, that our systems must always be available. We were able to achieve 99.95 systems or network uptime availability, as opposed to 98% that we were targeting. And in program 2, which is about multi-stakeholder collaboration, Chair, we were able to achieve 6 MOAs or partnerships in the financial year instead of 5. And those include HP, Zetna, Sandra, National School of Government, SABC, and Cisco. And that has made it possible for us to achieve the target. And also we were able to develop on a quarterly basis a performance report based on the partnerships. So for each quarter, we were able to do that just to monitor the partnerships so that it's not just documents that are signed and being shelved somewhere. And moving on to program 3, we have 2 broad areas that we are focusing on. The first one being creative media, which includes animation, interactive media, television and film production, radio production, graphic design, and others. And so we've developed short courses. We had a target for short courses, a target of 650, and we've been able to achieve 780 people trained. As a result, we overachieved this target, Chairperson. And going forward into the next one, which is learners trained in creative media programs in learnerships or through learnerships, we were aiming at training 100 people, and we were able to train 104. These are one-year full programs that are accredited through MICT CETA, and also number of training programs in the next one, which is number of training programs reviewed, as we would like to ensure that we always have our programs updated. We were able to achieve the 2 that we targeted for, Chairperson. And moving on, we also were looking at developing new training programs other than just reviewing those that are existing. And we've been able to develop 5, which was a target for the year. And in terms of number of learners trained in digital literacy, as the chair said, our target was 60,000. We were able to just go over that, and we were able to achieve the target. We also aimed at training SMMEs in digital entrepreneurship, just for them to be able to adopt the usage of digital tools, and for them to participate in e-commerce and be able to market their products on online platforms. We were aiming at training 12,000 SMMEs
Mr. Ramitra, we can't hear you. Am I the only one?
No, you are not, Chairperson.
So maybe Mr. Ramitra can switch off his camera to improve the bandwidth. Can we also then give sharing rights to the CFO who will be doing the finance presentation? So whilst if Mr. Ramito is having connectivity issues, we can take the financial presentation and he can return to finish off the operational performance. CFO, please.
Chair, it's Lionel Oddendorf here. Mr. Ramitra was kicked out of the meeting and he is trying to rejoin, and I hope it will be in the next 5 seconds. But in the meantime, as suggested, the CFO can get sharing rights and then proceed with his presentation while we wait for Mr. Ramitra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just trying to load my presentation just now. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members, the leadership of the portfolio. Please do advise if you can see the presentation, Chair. I think
yes, we can see you. We can see you.
And the presentation?
Yes, of course we can see the presentation as well.
Thank you so much, Chair. I will quickly run through the finances. I'm sure I will be less than 5 minutes in explaining the small resources of about 100 million per annum within NEMISA. Yes, Chair, my name is Solomon Pagati, the Chief Financial Officer for NEMISA. The slide that you should be seeing now is a financial overview summary. I think some of the numbers have already been touched on by both the Chair and the CEO. Thank you, Chair and the CEO for that. Just in terms of the executive summary, we ended the 24-25 financial year with a net deficit of about 3.51 million, which is an improvement of about 50% compared to the same period in the previous financial year, which is 23-24. We had just over 7 million deficit in that financial year, and we improved to about 3.51, 50% improvement in this current year that is under review. And this deficit primarily was as a result of the adjustment for impairment that we did for an amount that was outstanding at the bank SITA. And I think there were challenges around the submission of information, and it resulted in the monies being returned back within bank SITA, and we could not recover that 2.57 million. And that had to be impaired in our books, and it had then resulted in this 3.51 million loss. In terms of the liquidity and solvency, cash in the bank, we closed with about 12 million rands compared to about 9 million in the previous year. And in terms of the current ratio, we're sitting at 0.73 is to 1, which is not ideal in terms of the the general accepted numbers on ratios, it should be at least 1:1 if it is not 2:1. But given our funding model and how we get our money in the bank, which primarily drives our liquidity, we claim per quarter in terms of the tranches, and therefore, as you would look at this, it was the end of the fourth quarter, and therefore the funding for that financial year would have been utilized in the operations of that financial year, as we expect the funding for the next financial year. So that's a reflection of the business model more than anything. And you look at the debt ratio as well, sitting at 0.74:1. Again, a similar notion in terms of the explanation. Maintaining a net asset position of about 6.1 million share, which is a positive to record in terms of the numbers. We are still liquid and settling our obligations as they fall due as an organization. Just a summary, a snapshot of the statement of financial position, just looking at both the total assets and total liabilities. You would note that there's been a movement down in terms of the total assets from 36.24 to about 23.6, and that movement down is really driven by a movement in our working capital, which is our accounts receivable, where the monies have been turned into cash. I mean, we had quite a bit of cash that was lying in working capital in the previous year, which had then been paid into the bank account in the year under review. Hence, you will have seen this reduction in total assets. Similarly to total liabilities as well, you would have had current liabilities a bit higher in the previous financial year, and we had settled some of those obligations. And you will see this in the next slide, where we're just reflecting in terms of those major variances. In terms of the receivables, you would have seen that 16 million was owing at the end of 2024, but we're sitting at only 85,000 at the end of 2025. So it means that 16.6 million had reached our bank account, has been converted into cash. And in terms of unspent conditional grants, we have converted about 1.5 of the 7 million that was outstanding at the end of 2024, resulting in our cash improving from 9.2 to about 12 million rands. So it's a combination of two things, converting what was sitting in receivables into cash, but also being prudent in terms of your spending, and the deficit being driven by the non-cash items, which is your provision for impairment. Just at high level, in terms of the statement of financial performance, just looking at the total revenue and total expenditure, I mean, just to explain why there's been a movement down, where a project that we ran in collaboration or on behalf of Bank Sita, which was a huge project that was just over 60 million, which did not reoccur in 24-25, and the concomitant expenditure goes with that from 176 to 105 as well. So the spending was in relation to the implementation of that project as well. So the numbers do explain why that kind of movement. And of course, we're working very hard in this financial year to get many of such programs to implement together with our partners to ensure that we augment our resources while we expand and massify our reach in terms of providing digital skills and creative media skills. Just in terms of how we performed against budget, in terms of revenue, our budget was about 96.9. We ended at 101 million in terms of total revenue, and similarly to expenditure, the expenditure was budgeted at about 96.9. We spent about 105, and that 105 is the one that is taking us to the deficit of 3.5 that we just explained earlier on. Just in terms of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, just two items to explain in the year under review. In terms of irregular expenditure, it was just a matter of one colleague who had not declared an interest in one of the transactions that were selected for audit, and this matter is being addressed within the internal processes, and we've also worked through our internal controls to improve in this area in terms of ensuring that we workshop our colleagues on our policies, on declarations, but also doing more in terms of ensuring that before awards we're able to identify any kind of related parties that might exist for declaration. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that one item was a student that was paid but had not enrolled for the program. I think he pulled out and erroneously was paid, and that is the amount of 3,000. And the next slide, Chair, is simple, an explanation of the items that I spoke to on the three items that are on top, and just a reconciliation of our irregular expenditure. Our opening balance was about 10.4, and already there we are working on a condonation with the National Treasury. We've been communicating in terms of additional information they requested, and we have submitted, and we are following up in terms of progress on that. And then the 1.7 is the new one that relates to the interest that was not declared by the colleague. Just talking in terms of the summary of the audit outcomes, I think for the last 3 years, Chair has mentioned this, that we have obtained clean audit from the AG. And as you can see, in terms of a 5-year period, we've been showing a decline in terms of the number of findings, ending with 6 in the year under review, split into two supply chain performance information and financial reporting. And these were really minor administrative findings, which we've built our controls to ensure that these things do not reoccur. And some of these are already closed, and the ones that are not closed, we're working with speed, and they are sitting in our audit action plan to ensure that we address these before the end of the financial year, and we will be ready for the next financial year audit. Thank you, Chair. This is where I'm going to end and accept questions, and I'm sure we'll do our best to ensure that we clarify any of the issues that might need clarity from the members. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Can we get the CEO back on? CEO Ramitwa, if you want to just quickly wrap up in a few minutes, then we can engage the presentations.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And maybe thank you, and my sincere apology. I don't know what happened with the network. If we can go back to slide 8, CFO. It was that slide on program 3. Yeah, the one before this one. If you can go back.
Okay. I lost my presentation now.
Oh, we can see it, or I can share on my side if you want me to.
Yeah, let me take it out. I just lost it now.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I need to be given the rights now to share. Thank you. I'll be very quick. It will not take me 3 minutes to do what I will need to do. Thank you. I can see that I've been given the rights to share. Put it on presentation mode. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your indulgence. I got cut off because of the network. My sincere apologies for that. So, Chair, I was on that slide where I was explaining the achievements for the year, and I was at the point of unpacking that item 3.7 on the slide, where I was indicating that we had training programs that had to do with emerging technologies in data science, cybersecurity, AI, and I mentioned IoT and other training programs that are similar to that in this space, and we were able to overachieve by 1,551 with target having which was 2,000. And that was also because of the partnership that we had with Google that that availed licenses, training licenses that were very popular amongst the young people, and they were taken up. And that program is still continuing in this financial year even. And the next one, Chairperson, had to do with, which is 3.8, had to do with number of learners trained in ICT or technician training programs. And this refers to cell phone repairs. The target was 200. We were able to train 337. This is quite a popular program as well. And at the end, young people end up with SMMEs. They open their own businesses and they sell other accessories and do services like airtime and so forth. So it's quite a popular program. And the next one was new learning content produced for the LMS. The LMS is the Learner Management System, which is our online learning platform. So we make sure that we update it with new content, new videos. So every quarter we make sure that we produce some content, and that has been achieved as well. And in the next slide, Chair, which is about research and innovation. This time around, Chair, we usually run what we call datathons or hackathons, but this time around we didn't do any one. The aim was to review the model, the entire model, and that was reviewed. A report was produced out of that, which has created an action plan for the years going forward, including this current financial year. So that has been achieved. And we were doing the same with the colloquiums and the summit that we used to hold to check if indeed it was adding any value. And we have reviewed that, and the report was produced. We also have a research agenda, Chair, and we identified that we needed to produce at least 2 research publications that can be useful for NEMISA, and we've been able to achieve those. Those had to do with 2 papers, one around stakeholder perspectives of 4IR skills development, and another one on a theoretical framework for the development of learning pathways in digital learning at NEMISA. So we've been able to produce that, and they're helping us in updating our plans going forward. In the last one, which is the last slide, Chair, which is about aggregating what we do and undertaking monitoring and evaluation, we have concluded the monitoring and evaluation exercises that, together with the action plans that required to be implemented on a quarterly basis. And this time around, we didn't plan for an impact assessment, which is coming up now in the last quarter. So all these learners that we have trained in the previous financial year will be tracked and will be, so it's going to be more like a tracer study that will be undertaken in Q4. So currently we are in the planning stages to have that research undertaken. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson of the board, are there any additions, Mr. Adendorf?
None, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adendorf, and thank you to Mr. Ramitwa and Mr. Solomon Pakati for your wonderful and very polished presentation. Let me appreciate your achievement in this financial year of achieving a 100% achievement of your targets, as well as the significant reduction, a 50% reduction in the loss. I think that's really sizable, from 7.03 million to 3.5 million. And I think that would have been further reduced had the 2.57 million rand amount owing by, I think it was the bank seater, if that was not problematic. So I think overall you would have probably had a significant improvement on that. But let me appreciate that and your consistent unqualified audit. We really are grateful. And honorable members, we have this presentation. I did indicate it would be brief, and I did indicate also that this is one of those entities that's at the rock face of equipping and skilling the people of South Africa to ensure that they can avail themselves of the opportunities. We noted targets of the 60,000 and some amazing targets were met. So whilst I would like members have an opportunity to engage the presentation, maybe whilst we're waiting for hands, I see no hands up. I see Honorable Singh, you can go in. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. And in the same vein as yourself, I welcome the really good performance of NEMISA and their consistent improvements and outcomes. Chair, I think, when the institutions do this well, sometimes we then want them to achieve much higher standards. And I'm really pleased to hear that there will be an impact assessment, the kind referred to as perhaps a tracer study that will be done. Because for me, the most important thing that we need to do is to actually measure the impact. So I'm glad that's already being looked at, because from my perspective, I think we must reward institutions not just for how many people they train, but we must actually reward them for how many lives they actually transform. So in keeping with that, more than just an assessment report and the tracer study that will be undertaken, I think the department, that this entity should perhaps look at reviewing some of its KPIs to actually be linked to measurable outcomes like job creation, entrepreneurship, and participation in the digital economy. So maybe if we could just get an update, if there is going to be some change in the KPIs, to move away just from numbers and include some of the qualitative outputs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Belisha.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope my audio is still
yes, you're
fine
good.
On your side.
Yes,
thank you, Chairperson. So, Chair, I'm listening to NEMISA, and you are correct. I think they convincingly met all the, premeditated objectives of theirs, and it does indicate a strong operational performance of its core mission areas, which is something that we've been missing every time. I think it's an issue I've been consistent with, to say a lot of entities that came before us were not meeting, their targets and the core mission of their existence. And I think I should highlight that, because they really are convincingly, met their predetermined objectives, Chair. And achieving a third consecutive clean audit is also a very significant positive. It does, because a lot of other entities as well, the audit opinion was suggesting that their financial statements are not reliable. And I think we can say that of NEMISA, their financial statements are reliable. And the expansion of training, Chair, to the 15 TVET colleges in partnership with the university is commendable. I must say it is commendable, and it does align with the goals of what we want to achieve in terms of broadening access to digital skill. But I just need to raise a few issues though with them in terms of the financial mismanagement and sustainability. So NEMISA is running a deficit of 3 million. It's 3 point something, I'm not sure. I just noted that it's 3 million. I think it's 3.5 million. So they're running a deficit of 3.5 million, and the deficit is primarily, it's blamed on the 2.5 million impairment from Bank CETA, right? I think for me, this raises a question about the due diligence and the risk management in their partnerships, right? So maybe they can tell us, they can share with us the steps that are being taken to return the surplus and to ensure that the entity remains financially, sustainable, so that it doesn't become, because we've got a problem of these entities becoming a burden on the fiscus, and that's not what we want to be dealing with all the time. So maybe if they can share with us in terms of the steps that are being taken in that regard, Chair. And there's also an alarming spike, though, in irregular expenditure, Chair. So the irregular expenditure skyrocketed, I think the increase is over, 700%. And that should be unacceptable, because for me, it details a number of things. It is deeply troubling. So the 1.4 million was due to an employee having an undisclosed interest in a supplier, right? And that is a clear violation of the public trust. And that is a potential corruption. If you've got employees that are not disclosing what they're supposed to disclose. And over 300,000 is due to contracts being varied beyond the 15% threshold without approval. That is showing a blatant disregard for the Treasury regulations. That's what it is. And we cannot not deal with that, Chairperson. And another thing that we always talk about in this committee is that the lack of accountability and consequence management. So the report repeatedly states that management is investigating the irregular and fruitless expenditures, but there's no disciplinary action that has been taken and no funds has been recovered. So if we allow this culture of impunity and without consequences, such as, so these things will continue if there's no consequences. So, Chair, if the irregular expenditure increases by over 700,000, right, and then due to an employee that didn't disclose, the interest in a supplier, and that is a clear conflict of interest, right? And potential corruption. So maybe then NEMISA can tell us why, as of today, there hasn't been any disciplinary action taken against this employee. And why has not a single cent been recovered, from this implicated employee. I'm interested in that because we can't know what had happened and we still have no consequences or no plan of recovering funds that have been, unlawfully taken, Chairperson. I think that's my contribution, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Felicia. I often won't say this, but you got me covered, and thank you so much for the compliments. It's very hard to get a compliment from Honorable Felicia, so I think you can take a bow. NEMISA, you got a compliment from Honorable Felicia. She truly had me covered, and I'm going to hand back to the chairperson of NEMISA to lead the responses.
I'm glad, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much also to the two MPs who posed the questions. I think on the first one, it is important to note that NEMISA is not in the job creation business, but NEMISA is essentially in the empowering business where we are equipping young people and our beneficiaries with the required skills that the job market needs. Secondly, we also want to empower our beneficiaries to a level where they can see career advancements and also exploit new opportunities that are available within the new digital economy and technology space. I would, however, allow the CEO to respond to that one. I can assure Honorable Felicia that the irregular expenditure was discovered by NEMISA, and that is, while it is not something to be proud of. We are happy that it is our own internal systems and procedures that have picked up this anomaly. And we are currently addressing it. And I would also allow the CEO to expand on what has been done. And then we also want to obviously ensure that we deal with perceptions of financial mismanagement. And I would also then leave to the CFO the question on the return to surplus and guarantees on our financial viability. With that then, Chair, I'd give the CEO and our CFO a chance to respond to those three questions.
Thank you, Chair. Just get my camera. Chairperson, thank you, and thanks to Honorable Singh and Honorable Tilisha. Starting with the first one from Honorable Singh about reviewing the KPIs. Actually, at the moment, we are in that process of preparing the draft APP for 2026-27. And this feedback is well received. But as the Chair indicated, what we are doing is really to create or to enable our beneficiaries to be employable. But not only that they get trained to look for a job, but that they become entrepreneurs. But also that they also be able to access other opportunities. We've been studying how the nature of work is changing. And one of the areas that have grown quite phenomenally is gig economy, where people are able to find work, but in a freelancing mode. So we also are looking at such opportunities, and we are introducing programs to be able to enable our beneficiaries to access such. And therefore, we have developed what we call the transitions plan, learner transitions plan, which includes them going into work integrated learning, where they can gain work experience in partnership with industry, where they can go into learnerships, especially if they do short courses, where they can start their businesses, or if they find employment, that they be able to find employment. And we've been particularly and deliberately been looking at entry-level jobs, since the majority of our young people are really not at an advanced stage. They are just looking for opportunities just to enter the job market or to be able to become players in the economy. And therefore, we have that plan that we will be tracking. We've been implementing it in this year, and I'm sure in the next year we will strengthen that so that that KPI is able to track for all the training programs that we do, where the young people or the people that we train end up. And in response to Honorable Tilisha on the issue of this issue of irregular expenditure and the non-disclosure, indeed, it is an incident that we are not proud of, very, very disappointing. And to this point, we have taken steps to put the employee on precautionary suspension, and the disciplinary hearing is coming up on the 30th. So we've already drawn the charges and distributed them to the affected employee, and the disciplinary hearing is taking place on the 30th of October. And we have taken steps to strengthen our controls, as the CFO indicated, internally, to make sure that, we've been having a system of annual declarations, but that for all the bid evaluation committees, BACs, that people are reminded that they declare, but also that we do checks, independent checks for the companies or the suppliers or service providers before awards are made, to ensure that we avoid this kind of a situation recurring. So, Chair, we in terms of recoveries, because Honorable Tilisha asked if there's been any cent recovered from the employee. At the moment, according to the investigation, no money was necessarily lost to the employee. The service provider that is affected has delivered the training or the services that we were looking for. However, we've been engaging that service provider in terms of other outstanding amount to make sure that we do not just pay that amount. We are investigating if they were aware on their side. So that investigation is underway to ensure that we protect NEMISA and that we do not have further irregular expenditure on this matter. So we are quite resolute in making sure that we implement corrective action around this matter, Chair. Thank you. I'll hand over to the CFO to respond on building sustainability, financial sustainability going forward. I hope I answered the questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, CEO. I think I will be very brief, Chair, just assuring the members, the honorable members, that indeed NEMISA is a financially stable organization, and I will explain that in the form of the last 6 months of this financial year. I mean, as we sit today, the end of September, we're sitting at a surplus of about 3.7 million, which was 1.4 in the second quarter, but cumulatively we get to 3.7. So we're financially sustainable, both in terms of the cash resources, but also in terms of ensuring that there's prudence in our financial management. Indeed, again, when the 3.51, we're really not proud of the deficit, but it is a simple matter of explaining how it occurred. But if you look at the numbers, as it were, comparing year to year, both the year under review and the previous financial year, which is 23-24, you would have seen that there's been a lot of financial prudence that went into the 24-25 financial year. Of course, we don't budget for depreciation, we don't budget for impairment, but for accounting practices, you do have to make adjustments for those, and this is how we then landed with a deficit of 3.51. But if you look at the current year already, the 25-26, we monitor our budget very closely, and we monitor spending very closely. I mean, in terms of our systems, you do not spend in a line item where there is no budget allocated. So it is just locked at that level. But again, there is stringent monitoring and review of our budget implementation and spending against budget. So we have all of those processes in place that ensure that there's prudent financial management within our systems to ensure that we don't run the business recklessly. And indeed, that 3.5 is not necessarily a reflection of recklessness in the running of the business, but an adjustment that was necessary based on the situation at the time. But the numbers as they are, they do substantiate the fact that we are running the finances of the organization in a prudent manner. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bakati. CFO, thank you so much, Chairperson, Mr. Adendorf and Mr. Ramitwa, the CEO of NEMISA, for again your sterling performance and the amazing news that you've just shared with us that your surplus for the last 6 months is 3.7 million, and that's a phenomenal turnaround. Honorable members, I think we have engaged it sufficiently. I think Honorable Felicia did raise the issue surrounding the one contract about the 15%. So I think the message is for us as a portfolio committee, you will find is that we will be engaging as you return to us time and time again in terms of irregular expenditure, fruitless expenses, non-compliance with contracts. We will be very, very firm on those areas there. So we thank you so much. And we look forward to receiving your Q3 and Q4 presentation when you come to us again. Thank you so much, honorable members. That was the presentation from NEMISA. And the last item of the agenda, let me invite Mr. Temenkosi to indicate to us of what he suggested was a possible rearrangement of the program. Mr. Temenkosi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon to everyone on the platform. Yes, Chair, you're correct. There are some changes to the program that need to bring to the attention of the members. Firstly, Chairperson, just to indicate that some of the changes derive from the parliamentary program, which was Chairperson, just to take members through the changes, which are not really big changes because they're mainly on the rearrangement of the agenda items. So, Chair, to start with the meeting of next week, initially we're going to receive a briefing from the DTCI, the Trade and Industry Department. But unfortunately, Chairperson, they've since returned to the committee to indicate that they had arrangement on Tuesday, and the meeting that they're having with the Department of Transport relates exactly to the issues of the issues that are going to be appear for in the meeting next week, and requested that on those bases, if the meeting could be rescheduled, Chairperson, which is what then led to us as the secretariat coming with the proposal to the committee that next week we had a meeting scheduled for Tuesday. There were two agenda items. One was the one I spoke to, and the second one was the presentation by the BBBEE ICT Sector Council. So since there's been that request from the DTIC, we have since moved. Members will see as I proceed down further down on the program where we've scheduled that meeting to. We've then, excuse me, what we've done, members, there was a meeting that was scheduled for Friday coming next week, which had the first agenda item that you see there, which has now been moved to Tuesday. The briefing by the DCDT on the progress made in relation to the appointment process of ICASA Council Evaluation Panel. Members would remember this item was before the committee before, and there were some recommendations that were made that it was returned back to the department. And the second agenda item is that of the BBBEE, which remains because the sector has indicated its availability. We expect to receive their their presentation today, and as it is received, it will be shared with the members. In that way, the Friday of the 31st then falls off the program because that's also lunar is on the day. Which is why when the DTIC requested a postponement, we then brought one of the item to the meeting of Tuesday, and the other item you'll see as I present now on the 4th of November, which is at the bottom, you'd see consideration and adoption of the budget review and recommendations report. That item would have also taken place on Friday the 31, but has now been moved to Tuesday the 4th. And if I can proceed, Chair and honorable members. There are no changes on Friday, the 7th of November. And then the next changes, members, are then on the meeting of Tuesday, the 11th, where you would see the presentation by the DTIC on the EIPs, which is the meeting that would have taken place on the 20th. They've requested that we rescheduled it. We have sent notification to them regarding that new date. Honorable members, on Tuesday, the 18th, we initially scheduled a meeting a joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on the issues that are on the screen. However, honorable members, when we consulted with the committee again, it came to our attention, and it's something that members will be aware of, that the chairperson and a number of members of that committee sit in the ad hoc committee on the allegation that were made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and that includes all its secretariat staff, support staff. So, with the extension of the lifespan of that committee, they were unable to confirm whether on the Tuesday of the 18th the committee will not be sitting for hearings. Hence, we decided then to come to the committee and propose that the meeting that would have been scheduled for Friday the 14th, which is the presentation by DCDT on Operation Vulindlela and also on the OEMs, is scheduled for that day, which is Tuesday the 18th. And the reason also, honorable members, that we brought this item here is on the basis that that week of Tuesday, the 18th, it's a committee week according to the revised parliamentary program. So that will afford the committee sufficient time to then deal with the agenda items before it, if the committee so agrees that for now we probably defer the joint meeting with the Constitutional Development Committee to the next time, with the hope that they would have concluded with the work of the ad hoc committee. And just the second two items, honorable members, because there are no changes on the other meetings, would be on the meeting of Tuesday, the 2nd of December. Also, a planned joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation. Honorable members, there's the plenary now on this day, according to the revised program that is starting at 10 o'clock. So we thought we should bring it to the committee for advice on whether we should proceed for exemption on the plenary, or we should perhaps also defer this joint to the next term. The colleagues from Science and Technology are waiting the committee decision today, and they will also then table that decision to their committee on Tuesday. And then, yes. And just on the last one, honorable members, which is Friday, the 5th of December, there was a number of entities that we listed there were too ambitious, but we've since just cut down on the number of entities, and then are left with only the SAPC and SAPO. And you see the time that we have is only from 9 till 1 o'clock. So if we put like 5 entities there, we don't think would be doing justice to the committee in terms of holding these entities to account within sufficient time. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are the amendments I wanted to bring before the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Temenkosi. Temenkosi, I think you have provided sufficient feedback in terms of the reasons surrounding it. I noted that other than what we are aware of in the WhatsApp group, what we're hearing now is the major one is the joint sitting with the justice can't take place because both the chair of justice and the secretariat are involved in the ad hoc committee. Hence, your proposal is we move that to the next term, and that created a gap for you to rearrange the 18th. That's my understanding. So I think that's fully justified and well received. And then I think the last observation would be on the December 5th, which I did notice we had about 5 or 6 entities that we were ambitiously trying to put into 9 to 1. You have now moved across a few to the next term and will only receive SAPC and SAPO. Is that my understanding correct? Temenkosi?
Yes, Chair, you are spot on. You are 100% correct. Thank you so much.
No, Giabongo, thank you so much. I'm quite happy. Are we supposed to note this amendment? So what is the requirement of the committee? Are we supposed to support it? I mean, can we then support this here if that is a requirement? Honorable members, are there any input from members in regards to the rearrangement of the program that the Secretariat have presented to us?
Ms. Bodlani's hand is up, Chair.
Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, I do beg your indulgence. With the explanation that Mr. Ngoma has given about the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Justice being at the ad hoc committee, we are sitting with the same situation where our own chairperson is in that same committee, but the work of the committee continues. I would guess they would also have appointed an acting chairperson to ensure that the work of the Portfolio Committee continues. I don't know if it's a fair explanation to say because the chairperson is not available, therefore that joint committee cannot happen. While I appreciate that this program is tight already, but I just thought that explanation does not suffice. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. I think if I heard Temenkosi correctly, he also indicated the entire Secretariat is not available. Temenkosi, you want to respond to that? It was in addition to the Honorable, yes, Temenkosi?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Bodlani for that question seeking clarity. Chair, just to indicate, maybe I missed it, or members would have missed it when I indicated that it's not just the chairperson. I think there's about 4 members of that Justice Committee, and honorable members, just from the discussions that I would have had with the Secretariat on the other side, that committee would still need to probably elect an acting chair that would then have to co-chair the meeting, also dependent on the availability from the members that side. Hence, I felt that, we felt that instead of maybe complicating matters and then having to cancel this meeting maybe at the last minute and then not being able to rearrange the program at the time, or not having sufficient time to then rearrange the program, then it's best that we come to the committee and propose that this meeting rather be deferred to the next time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Nkosi, for your responses. Honorable Bodlani, I assume that further clarifies the point you raised. I think it's more than just the chair. I think it's the entire committee, and then we've heard maybe the secretariat as well have indicated it would be difficult. I think Nkosi doesn't want to take a chance that, we plan and then suddenly there's a last minute change. So he's anticipating a difficulty there that's driven by that. Honorable members, if there's no further additions to it,
Chairperson, apologies. If we could just get a decision on the 2nd of December, Chair, the joint meeting with Science and Technology, where there is now plenary at 10. Thank you.
So what is the query over there? Plenary normally sits at 2. Are you saying plenary is taking place in the morning on December 2nd? Is that correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay, so the query from yourself, just if you can just keep that program up, please, Hajira. So the query from you is whether we should apply for the permission from the House Chair to be excused from the plenary. That would be your question.
That's correct.
Okay. Is it a 3-line whip? That's the first question I would ask for us, and Secretary should look at that, whether it's a 3-line whip. If it's a 3-line whip, meaning that we have to be in the House, then we ought to give that preference, because this is regarding the National Satellite Communication Strategy. It is something, in my humble view, we can carry forward to the next term if it's a 3-line whip. If it's not a 3-line whip, then we could I would say then continue with the meeting. What are honorable members' thoughts on this item here? Let me invite input from honorable members. Honorable Bodlani?
You're right, if we have clarity on whether it's a 3-line whip or not, because we saw how our members had to be in the House. For example, Honorable Nchabeleng was doing a motion and we were sitting in this committee. So the only justification to the agreement would be if it's not a 3-line whip. But you again are right, if it's possible for us to defer it, let's rather do that. I can't open my program now for Parliament to see what is on the agenda.
Thank you. So I think there's consensus, maybe honorable, maybe Secretariat, we defer that. Given the fact that it's something that is a developing and something that we are managing, it's not something that's pressing. And I do believe, let's look at, that's the December 2nd debate on World Aid, but we have to be there. It's a consideration of the budgetary review and recommendation reports. I think that is important, the BRRRA reports. So honorable members, can we then agree that will stand down for the next term? We'll ask the committee to take that to the next term or in a subsequent period, in light of the fact that there's a BRRRA. That's an important. So thank you so much, Honorable Bodlani, for your support, and thank you so much, members. We're at 13:29. Let me thank all colleagues for your robust engagement. And to all those who are still on the House, all members from the various entities that are still with us, thank you so much for your engagement. The DG and the team from Department again, Yabonga Kakulu, thank you so much. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bye-bye.